Hello everyone, welcome to Simply Learn. This is Aishwarya, your host and Learner Success Manager for today's session. Please give me a quick confirmation on the audio check. If my voice is audible loud and clear, you can type yes or no in the chat window. Great, great. Thank you so much for being super active, guys. Thank you for the quick responses. Okay, let me have a quick audio check with the trainer now. Hi Ravi, can you hear me loud and clear?
Hey, hi Aishwarya. Yes, I can hear you. Thank
Yeah,
you very much. And
great.
how about me? Is it audible?
Yes, you're audible perfectly fine, Ravi.
Thank
Guys,
you.
please confirm, can you all quick, if you can hear loud and clear?
Hi Amitabh. I don't know why you guys are getting my voice low, you are saying. I think it should be loud and clear enough. Hello? Okay. Okay, don't worry guys. I'll try to speak a little bit louder, so I think then it should be okay. So we are good. Aishwarya, are you there? Hello? Okay, let's wait for a couple of minutes more, guys. Around 5 minutes, and then we should be good to start. I think we are good, right? Aishwarya, are you there with me? Okay, no problem, guys. So let's wait for 5 minutes more, and then we are good to. I mean, we should be good to start our today's sessions. Meanwhile, if you guys having any questions from previous sessions, please go ahead and put in the chat box. I will try my best to give you an answer of it. Yes, sure, Sai Chand, right? Okay. Hey, hi, Sai.
Hi Ravi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Actually, Ravi, the last week started a session. That is my first session,
Hmm.
and before the session, I couldn't get time to go through self-learning and everything. So just as the last two sessions, I just attended the complete session, and from the last 1 week, I was doing the self-learning session, self-learning videos, and also practicing little bit lab as well. So
Ah, no,
actually,
so
yeah,
we
so
started our session on 6th only. So last Saturday only we started that one.
yeah, no, I'm saying that actually my background is different. Actually, I was working in the EdTech, so I want to shift to the administrator. So any suggestions for me to go something basics, or I should just attending these sessions and practicing the lab? What is there any prerequisites or something for me to? Why? Because
So,
just I attended a session, I was pretty clear. But after practicing, seeing the learning videos and practicing it, just and now I think now I'm on the track. I don't think last one two sessions just I was just watching the video like a movie, so I couldn't did
okay,
anything regarding
so
it. But yeah,
yeah, so see, Sai, answering to your questions, uh, I will not say any kind of the prerequisite, but it would be best if you already know about some of, I mean, some part of Microsoft Azure. Okay, so AZ 900 is the basic training is there. So if you had I mean, if you had gone through it or if you know about it, then it will be superb. If you don't know, don't worry about it because I started this session from very scratch, and I'm trying my best to give you like as
Yeah.
much as I can.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, actually, when I was watching the videos, I was correlating whatever you were mentioning in the class. So I just that was pretty clear. But I want to take the maximum out of this session.
Yeah,
So
of course, of course.
yeah, why? Because I am the weekdays I'll be completely working on it. I just
No
kept
problem.
this one and a half month.
Everyone is occupied on weekdays.
No, no, I mean to say I mean to say I was completely on it. So
Yeah.
I have more time. If you suggest something extra, also I'm able to do the weekdays. Is that
No, that's fine. Like during this session itself, I'm definitely going to give you guys some time to do some lab, right? So please ensure that you are going ahead and doing some lab. Utilize this 8 hours of weekend time, right? So so that it will be pretty nice for you to catch up, and by the end of this course, you should be very strong into the Microsoft Azure. So that's the thing is there. Okay. Anyhow, Sai, thank you very much.
Yes.
Now let's move ahead and let's start our session, please. Okay. Thank you, Sai.
Thank you very much.
Okay, guys. Very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. So wherever you are, please accept my greetings. And I would like to welcome all of you to third day of this training program. Hopefully everyone can hear me and it's loud enough and clear. As well as let me share my screen. If you all can see my screen, please let me know if you can see my screen. Like, please give me a quick thumbs up once you able to see my screen, please. Okay, great. So I think we should be good to start our today's session, and quickly we will go ahead and do some key brush up, like what we covered on our last session. So we started with the basic Azure, right? We got to know about what is a Microsoft Azure is there, how is their data centers look like. I given you a walkthrough of Azure portal, and then we move towards identity. In the identity, I discussed about Azure Active Directory, then I discussed about Active Directory, then I shown you a migration from on-premises Active Directory to Azure Active Directory. Even I showed you like how you can create users group. Okay, so I given you a demo of that. After that, I given you a demo of app registration or service principal. So we covered all those things into this identity module. That was our module 1. Then so after that, we discussed about our next module, which was governance and compliance. We talked about policy, like what sort of the Azure policies are there, what is Azure subscriptions, what is role-based access control, and then finally I given you a demo of like how you can create or how you can assign this role-based access control and Azure policy. So that's what we had done in our last session, guys. So hopefully everyone should be clear with it. Now we should be good enough and we should start our next module. Okay, so I'll quickly jump on and I'll start with this. So we have around these many modules. So we have to cover all these modules and during the sessions. And I'm definitely going to try my best to give you lab time. Okay, so lab time I will try to give you almost an hour, I can say, but it all depend. Like I will not promise anything, guys, but I will try my best to give you 1 hour during the session. Okay, so let's say for an example, if I will not able to give you today 1 hour, then tomorrow definitely I'll try to give you 1 hour of sessions. That's 1 hour for your lab. So 30 minutes I will try to give you today, 30 minutes for tomorrow. So let's go ahead and start our today's session. Hopefully everyone clear with this. Anyone having any sort of questions from the previous classes? Any confusion, any doubt? We can quickly take that one. If you have, you can ping into the chat box. Or if you want to speak something, I can unmute you. If you have any questions from the previous classes about identity and about governance and policy. If no questions, shall we move ahead? Are we good to go ahead, guys? Can I get a quick thumbs up from everyone that we should move ahead? Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks, everyone. Good. So let's start with our module number 3, which is starting of your Azure administrations. So let's go and try to see like what Microsoft is having for us. So we are going to start with lesson number 1, which is Resource Manager, then Azure Portal, Cloud Shell, Azure PowerShell, CLI, ARM template. Okay. So these are all things we are planning to cover in this module. So let's go ahead. What is this Resource Manager? So in the Resource Manager, we try to understand what is this Resource Manager, what are the different terminologies are there, resource group deployment, Resource Manager log functionality, moving the resource, like how you can move your resources from, just hold on guys, 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute guys, 1 second, a bit urgent call I have to attend. Just hold on 1 second. Sorry guys. I'm audible, everyone? What is going on? Snow falling outside. Okay. Okay guys, please pay attention here. Okay. And let's continue. So we are going to talk about removing the resource and the resource group, like how we can delete them, right? And what are the resource limits are there. And we will quickly see a demo of like how we can create a resource group, how we can create resources within the resource group. And I believe when I was discussing about identity, you all must have understood or must have known about a org chart, correct? So if you all remember, I told you like how is our org chart in the org chart in Azure has been designed, right? So lastly is your resource. Here you have this resource group. Here you have subscriptions. Here you have your management groups, right? So like this, we have, means Microsoft is having their org chart, correct? And we already seen like how the access been in place, like how the access are getting inherited when we are giving an access at the management group level or subscription level, how it works. Okay, so out of all these things, we are going to focus and discuss on resource group. Now let's move ahead. Now what is this resource manager? Now resource manager is a way of logical, means logical layer, you can say. It's a logical layer using this template or using this logical layer, Microsoft is providing you to create the resources. Okay, create resource or delete resource or update resource, like whatever you want to do, right? So using this template or using this method means it's just helping you out to help you to bind all these resources, right? So let's say, for an example, if I want to create simple virtual machine. Now in this virtual machine, I need to go ahead and I need to create a resource group. That's mandatory, guys. And after that, I need to create that virtual machine which I'm planning to deploy, right? So now this resource manager, earlier Microsoft was having a classic deployment model, right? And then they given a name, then they advanced it, then they came up with this resource manager approach. Now in this resource manager approach, it is easy for us to bind, or it is easy for us to bring all the resources and manage their life cycle, right? So that's why this resource manager came up. Now if you Google it and if you try to see, or if you try to search about the difference in between the classic and resource manager, you will get to know more in depth about it. So earlier, like around 2012 or 15 or 16, at means 2012 or 15, 2010 onwards, whatever Azure cloud was there, that was having a classic model. Classic model was there. Classic deployment was there. Now they transformed it and changed it to the resource manager. Now what is the benefit of it? It is just the logical layer is there, like it provide this management layer. It is helping you out to work with all the resources, means in a group, like you can bind them in a group, right? And you can perform all sort of the operations what you want. It is easy for you to have this security features, auditing and tagging features. Like it is easy for you to do or perform all this sort of the activities. Okay. Now here this resource managers is having an exposed APIs. So every resource, suppose this web app, if I want to create, there is a exposed API is there. So Microsoft had already published that API. Using this API, we can create this web app, or we can create any resources which we want to deploy in Microsoft Azure. So what are the different methods are there? We can use Azure Portal, we can use PowerShell, we can use Azure CLI, some other REST clients are there, or some other SDKs are there, some infrastructure as a code are there. We can use all those, right? And create all sort of the resources in Microsoft Azure. So what are the different terminologies? So here you have, so resource, you all know what is the definition of a resource. So resource is something like who having some sort of skill set, and in return they are getting paid. Like you guys are a resource of a company, right? Now here you have a resource group. What is this resource group? Sorry. So already I told you in the organization chart, resource group is like a team. So in a team, you have many members, right? There are many different skill set people are there. So this team is nothing but a resource group. It's a logical grouping of the resources. Next, you have resource manager template. It's a JSON template. It's a Microsoft proprietary or Microsoft provided template. Okay. So they have already given, they have already exposed what are all the APIs or properties you can use. So they have already given that one. So it's written into the JSON. I'm going to give you a walkthrough like how you can write this ARM template. Okay. So declarative syntax. So it is a declarative. So basically we tell each and every line by line. Suppose I want to create a virtual machine, then I will tell, okay, follow this step, follow this step, follow this step, do this, do this, do this, I will tell. Okay. So here, what is the meaning of the declarative syntax? It's clearly mentioned here. Template uses to state what you intend to create, like what exactly you are planning to create, right? You will describe all line by line, state statement wise you will describe all sort of things. Okay. Now what is a resource provider? So resource provider is, so simple example, just understand in this way. Suppose this is you, okay, and this is okay, one question is coming like how declarative is different from the imperative. In the imperative, you no need to tell. You just defining, it's a kind, it's more like a one-liner. Like in the imperative, you just tell that, okay, what exactly you want, but you don't tell each and every line by line step. Like, okay, you are not defining that, okay, I need this property, I need this property. Declarative means more explanations are there. You can think in this way. So when I'm writing a declarative, that means I'm defining each and every parameters of it. I'm telling each and every line by line statements, I'm giving that one. In the imperative, it is more short and sweet, right? So it's more just like a PowerShell command or Azure CLI commands. They are more of the imperative. Okay. So there is a difference in terms of this here. Yes, you are achieving the same result. Correct. So different way of achieving the same result. So it's up to you which one you want to use, which one you are comfortable. No one is stopping you to use. So end of the day, both are working in the same way. Now it is up to you, like which one you are comfortable. If you are good in writing the PowerShell script, go ahead, use that one. Okay. Now, resource provider. What is this resource provider? Simple example I was giving you about, let's say for an example, this is you. This is one of the consultancy is there. Okay. Now they given a call. They given a call, and this is, let's say for TCS, they given a call. TCS is a company. For that one, this consultancy have given a call to you. They told you like, okay, there is some opening is there, and then after that, what happened? You got selected and you joined TCS, suppose. Now in this scenario, what is who will be the provider? So in this scenario, this consultancy who is giving you, right, who had given you the reference, they will be acting as a provider. So in Azure, what happened? Behind every resource which I want to create, correct? Every resource which I want to create, there is a provider in the backend. So for virtual machine, suppose if I'm talking about a virtual machine, right? So virtual machine is having a provider, that's a Microsoft.compute. Okay. For suppose I want virtual network or any other resource or load balancer, suppose I want to create a load balancer, then it is falling under Microsoft.network. Okay. So that will be the provider of it. Clear? So in the virtual machine, it will be Microsoft.compute. Okay. Now resource group here. Resource can only, this is a very good question guys, in your exam you can find this. So resource, one resource, if I'm creating this VM, it can stay only in one resource group. Okay, you can, this cannot be a part of a multiple resource group. It is not possible. Okay, once you created the resource group, you will not able to rename it, or you will not able to make changes to it. If you want to change it, you have to destroy or you have to delete and recreate that one. In a resource group, you can create as many resources you want. So there is some limitations, but that limitation is also quite huge enough. Okay, how many resources can be created, how many resource groups? There is no such limitations in terms of resource group creations. You can create as many resource groups you want within your subscriptions. Okay. And resource group, you can create it in any region. So there is no matter like, okay, if I'm creating a resource group, suppose this resource group I created into West Europe. It doesn't mean that whole of my resources will be sitting into the West Europe. My virtual machine, suppose this is my virtual network, this is my load balancer, they may go into a different locations. So in order to understand this resource group, guys, just remember team. So nowadays in your team there will be a member, one person from US, one person from India, one person might be from the UK, right? It is true, correct? So in the same way, in the resource group, if that resource group is existing into, let's say, West Europe, it is possible that the virtual machine or other resources what we have, right? So virtual network, load balancer, any resources which I'm creating it, they can go into a different locations. Okay? West US, Europe, like that. So there is no such restrictions that once you created the resource group, your resource also should go into that resource, means that region. Now there is no such sub resource group Panda. So might be in future they may come up with sub resource group, guys. Right now it is not there. So I already told you how is the org chart, right? So remember that org chart. Right now they have given that many hierarchy. Only that 4 level of the hierarchy is there. So might be in future, if they feel that there is some requirement of sub resource group, they may add it. Okay. Right now it is not there. What is that questions? You can have many resource group, but a resource can only exist in one resource group at a time. Yes, correct. Yes, you can move. If you want to move your resource from one resource group to another resource group, yes, you can move. Correct. Okay. What is the questions? Okay, guys, let me cover up the things and then I will take your questions. Okay, so please park your questions because I'll be losing the like if I'll watch your chat and I'll answer it, I'll lose the track. So let me finish it and then I'll be taking one by one all of your questions. Okay, so please pay attention now. What I'm saying, don't get confused. Okay, thank you. So moving to this resource manager lock feature. Now, why this lock feature got introduced? So many customers was complaining like, if this resource group is there, correct? So if this resource group is having 100 of the virtual machine, unfortunately, let's say this is you and you went and deleted this resource group. Now, if you deleted this resource group, everything which was sitting inside this resource group gone. So now you don't have any other options to restore it. No options, gone, everything gone. So in order to overcome with that challenge or situations, what Microsoft had done, they introduced this lock feature. Now what you can do, let's say for an example, if I have my production site as there, I can implement this lock feature, and there is 2 types of the lock is there. One is read only, another one is delete only. Okay. Now what is the meaning of this 2? Delete only means it will prevent anyone, means it will protect that resource group. Suppose this resource group is there, no one will able to delete it. Okay, so if I will set this delete, that means no one will able to delete it. But if this person want to make some changes, okay, if this person want to add, let's say for an example, right now in this resource group there is 1 VM. Sorry. Right now, let's say for an example, this person created this resource group, and within this resource group there is only 1 VM, and he has set a delete log. If he set the delete log, he will not able to delete this resource group. Okay, no one can delete this. So now if I want to add some more resources, I would able to perform that activity if I have set the delete lock. Now another thing is, if I will set this read only lock, this person who has set, let's say if I'm an admin, I have set this read only. If I have set this read only, then whatever things are there, that will remain as it is. I will not able to perform. And so if I want to perform any changes to this resource group, no, I will not able to. I want to delete it, no, I will not able to delete it. No deletion. I will not able to perform anything. No write operations, no delete. Okay. End of the day, both are preventing you from the delete operations. In the delete option, you are getting a write permission. That means you can add some more resources into this resource group, but you will not able to delete it. In the read only, no changes. Fix. It will get stagnant. Okay. So that's depend upon what sort of the access we have given, right? If you have made anyone as a owner, that person can go and remove that lock. So what sort of the access RBAC we have given, that also depend. Moving the resources, how we can move resource from one resource groups to another resource group, right? So if I want to move, I can move that one. So even across the subscriptions, that's also is possible. Within the subscriptions, if I want to move, I can move that one. So here is the options is there. You can find move to another resource group, move to another subscriptions. So sometime you might be required, let's say some of my servers, some of my resources need to be moved to another, then we can move it. Krishnan, just now I answered and given you a scenario like why that lock feature came into place. I given you an example of that one where people were going and deleting it by mistakenly the resource group, right? Then everything which was there inside it getting deleted. So in order to overcome or in order to avoid that scenario, lock feature came. Yeah, sure. Can we share the resource between two groups? No. You can use them, but you can't keep into two resource group. That's I already cleared. If resource group is the group of the resources which can be in any region, why its location is needed to create? That's a very fantastic question. So that's a logical grouping is there. Now you tell me when you create, let's say there is a network team is there. Now when you create this team, when you hired some, let's say 10 people, now you must be telling that, okay, this team presence is where? Where is this team is presenting? There must be some office, right? There must be some place where this team will be. So this team will be, let's say, mainly major part of the team is, let's say, sitting into Bangalore. So why you define that one? In the same way, in the resource group, we need to define this location. But it doesn't mean that, okay, network team is sitting into the Bangalore. It doesn't mean that everyone should be working from the Bangalore. No. Some people would be working from US, some would be from Europe, right? But the team, this particular team is sitting where? Okay, it's in Bangalore. Like that. Clear? So that's why location is needed. Location is giving an identity. Like, okay, if we are creating this resource group, Microsoft understand that within this resource group, like this resource group is a logical grouping of the servers are there. So it is needed. It's a mandatory like. So delete one, just I told you, delete operation is this resource group. Suppose this resource group is there, right? Now, if this person is an admin, if this person, admin had set delete operation or delete lock, not operation, sorry, delete lock. Now, if we will set this delete lock, if this another person is coming and trying to delete this, he will not able to delete this. He will no longer able to delete this resource group. But if this person want to make some changes, suppose I want to add a load balancer into it, I can do it. Means write operation is allowed, write is allowed, but you will not able to delete. Delete not allowed, means you will not able to delete that one. Is this clear now? So I can make changes. I can make changes into this, but I will not able to delete this. Yes, on the day one itself, I told you every location is having the different cost, and we had a good discussion on it. Hope you can remember, Barry. Who should be applying the lock? It's you. Okay, Sam, you are an administrator. Okay, so you are supposed to. I do. Just asking if this resource group concept helps in managing the cost as well. So resource group, okay. So resource group will not have any relationship with the cost. So if I want to do any type of the cost management, then I can do using the tag, okay. Or if you literally want to associate it with your resource group is just a logical grouping, nothing else. It's just a logical grouping of the resources. Your team is having any cost? No, right? No cost of the team. But the players, the person, you guys are getting paid for what type of the job you are doing. So you having a cost, your cost is there. But the team is not having any kind of the cost. It's just a dummy word. That's just logical word. That's all. Which book you can buy? You read from the Microsoft. That's all. No need to invest anything and read any book. There are many books are there, but I will tell you to go ahead and read it from the Microsoft documents, guys. Okay. Okay, let me proceed. Thank you. Okay, moving resources and resource groups, right? So we have an option of moving that, right? We can move that one from one, like in our last slides, we have seen like how we can move resource group or content from one resource group to another resource group, okay? Or how we can move a resource group or complete resource to another subscriptions. Now, if we don't want, suppose I don't need it, why to have that resource at all? If your company don't require you, what they do? They fire you, correct? They will simply tell you that from tomorrow, no need to come. Similar way, here also, if you don't need it, if you don't need any resources, why you will keep them? Go ahead and delete that one. Remove that resource group. That's all. If you are no longer using any resources, just go ahead and delete that one. If you are going to keep them, they are going to cost you. Okay. So why to pay unnecessary, unwanted extra money, right? That's the benefit of the cloud. So whenever I need anything, just quickly spin up and use it. If you don't need it, just destroy that. So there is a resource limit. I'll quickly give you a glance like how you can find what sort of the limit is there. So this resource limit is has been kept by Microsoft. It's a quota. So there is a quota is there, like how much you can use what, okay? If you want to increase, you can raise a ticket with the Microsoft. They will increase that quota to certain extent. So it is good for you to track your users, like how you are using it. You can plan accordingly that, okay, I need how many vCPU? Okay, I need 100, maybe I need 200. So accordingly, you can plan that, okay, in East US, if I'm using it, I may able to get only 200. So that limitation has been placed by the Microsoft. You can open a free support ticket. So it's clearly mentioned here, free support ticket, you can raise it to increase your limit. Okay. So why Microsoft had kept this limit? This limit has been kept. Yes, it's per subscription. This limit has been kept just to protect the customers. Plus, this limit has been kept by Microsoft so that any, let's say 100 of the customers are there, right? So if 100 of the customers are there, they are all approaching to Microsoft and they all start, let's say, asking. For an example, in West Europe, everyone is asking that, okay, they need to deploy things into the Microsoft Azure, and they are demanding too much. If they will demand so much, it will be difficult for the Microsoft to provide that or fulfill that demand, right? For each and every customers, it will be difficult. So what they have done, they put the capping. Okay, let's understand what is the actual requirement. Actual requirement can go up to this for this customer. What is the actual requirement it can go for the other customers, right? Let's put some cap. So that's why they have done that one. But it doesn't mean that you will not able to increase this quota. You can increase it by raising a support ticket. Now let's go ahead and try to see like how we can create a resource group, how we can perform all sort of things into that resource group. Okay. So I will go and I will log in quickly on my portal.azure.com. You all guys can do what? You can log in your lab from that lab server. So kindly open your lab server, and from that lab server, please open your lab, and then you can follow me and you can perform this quick lab with me. So let's go ahead and try to see all the activity of the resource group. Now here is a resource group. You can search as well. Okay, you can simply search resource group here. Fine. Make a practice of searching it into this Azure portal in the center. So this is the service. I will get that resource group. Now here you see I've already created a couple of the resource group. Let's go ahead and try to create one simple public IP address into a resource group. First, I'm creating a resource group. Okay. Now, now I'll say, let's say, you can give a name here. So this naming conventions you can follow from here, guys. So there is a naming convention standard. So this is your naming strategy is there, like how you can give the name. This is just a lab, guys, so I'm giving a random name. But in your real-time environment, please follow this. Okay, so thank you very much, Ryan. Okay. Okay. So, so if you see here, so here you find this naming convention. So let's say for an example, just search it. So I'm talking about public IP address, right? I'm talking about, let's say, public IP address. Just search what should be the name of it, correct? I'm saying public IP address, you see this. So somehow, somewhere, there is no such standard, guys, but this is just a recommended. This is just a recommendation from Microsoft. You can try to follow something like this so that you can understand what you are trying to create. Okay, so it could be easy for you to understand. That's why they have given you this naming conventions. So I'm just giving you this URL. You can try to follow that. Okay, so this is done, and this is just a lab. So in my case, I will randomly type anything, guys. But in your real-time environment, please try to adhere to this naming convention. Okay, great. So I'm selecting this locations. Let's say, for an example, East US. Let's go ahead and create it. Okay, so I'm creating a resource group. So this is done. Fine. Okay, so resource group, I created that one. Okay, guys, sorry. Mari, Google is needed, guys. Otherwise, no one can work, right? So this is your resource group. So if you see here, this resource group I created, correct? Now in this resource group, let's go ahead and try to create a resource. So what I'll do, I will add resource here. So let's search. It is taking me to the marketplace, if you see here, right? So either way around, I can create a resource, and then at that time I can select the resource group, or I can go inside the resource group and then I can search for the resource which I want to create. So for an example, I'm going to search, let's say, public IP address, right? So here, public IP address is a service within the Microsoft Azure. Let's go ahead and try to deploy or get this service. Now, if you see here, when I'm going to deploy this service, but let me quickly explain you this, guys, first. So before I deploy this service, I need to ensure that my provider is already registered. If that is not registered, if you are doing it from the portal, that is okay. It will get it registered. But if you are not doing it from the portal, if you are using some Azure DevOps, some tools, Jenkins, this and that, right, then you may encounter that issues. So how to check whether my provider is registered or not? What you need to do, just go into your subscriptions, get inside this. Here you will find this provider options. If you see this, resource providers. Everyone, please pay attention here, where you can go and find whether your provider is registered or not. You can get inside your subscriptions. First go to the subscriptions, then go to this resource provider. Okay, now let's get inside this resource provider. Once I get inside this resource provider, I can search. You see here all the resources means which I'm planning to deploy or which I have already used, they are already registered. But couple of them, if you see here, which I have rarely used or I have not used at all, right? So you see this, something, these services are there which is not registered, correct? Some this AI supercomputer, right? So these are all not registered, okay? So if I need to use that one, I need to ensure that I have already registered this provider. So in my case, I'm talking about a public IP address. Public IP address is falling under where? Network. Okay. So it is a part of the network. So I need to ensure that it is registered. If it is not registered, then I may encounter an error. So I'm teaching you the troubleshooting, guys. So if you are using, let's say, Jenkins, or you're using some other PowerShell, other tools, right? Then if this is not registered, then you may face an issue. So ensure that you have already registered. So how to register it? Simple. Search for that specific provider, okay, and then select that one and click on this register options, then done. It will take a while, it will spin up, and then it will get registered. Cool. So I'm just showing you a demo like how you can register it. I've taken the example of this one. This was not registered, so I'm just enabling this Microsoft.NET app. So in our case, it is Microsoft.Network, which is already registered. So I need this Microsoft.Network. Okay, now done. This is done. Now let's go ahead and spin up our public IP address. So what is my public IP address? AZ104-PIP. Okay, I will give name something like this so that I get to know that okay, this is my public IP address. Whether I want to have a dynamic or static, static means it will remain fixed. Dynamic means once it will reboot or once I will associate it to load balancer or virtual machine. If this will reboot, it will get changed. It may get changed. Okay. So DNS, I'll put AZ104 PIP. Simple. Done. Now you see here selecting the resource group. Okay. And if you pay attention here, guys, when I'm selecting this resource group, I can select any resource group. Okay. And when I select this resource group, by default, it used to take the resource group of resource group location, but it is not mandatory. I can go and I can change it. So in our case, I created a resource group in East US, but I will change this. Suppose I will deploy this public IP address into West Europe. Done? Cool. Let's move ahead and do it. Okay, this deployment is in progress. Now, if you click on this deployment in progress options, you will find how this, you see here, Microsoft.public IP address. Okay, so this is the actual provider, sorry. So here, Microsoft.public IP address, it is going and trying to deploy that one. So you would able to see complete deployment here, like how the operations, you see here. So it's falling under this provider, sorry. So Microsoft.network, and under that there is a sub provider public IP address is there. That's why it is getting created like this. Okay. Does creation of resource group without having any resources also charged? No, I told you this thing, guys. Team. Just remember, resource group equals to team, your team. So your team is not having any cost until unless you have hired any employee, then only it's going to cost you, right? Otherwise, no cost. It's a blank, no cost. It's just a logical workspace. That's all. Okay. if you remember that team example, you will never ever forget what is your resource group, and you will never ever get any sort of confusion. Just remember that team example, how your team is getting built, how you guys are a part of a team, right? So how you are working with all together. Remember that one. All doubt will get clear. Okay, great. Good. So this is done. So I created this public IP address. Now let's go back to our resource group. So my resource group is this. Okay. Now this resource group is the one where I created a public IP address. Now let's try to do one thing. Let's try to implement a lock. Okay. Let's see this demo. So right now, let's add this lock. I will add a lock here. Okay. Let's say, for an example, I will say read only lock. Now let's see this demo first. So if I'm going to use this read only, let's put read only. Will I able to make any changes to this resource group, guys? Will I able to make any changes to this? Can I add any other resources? Just I given you an example and told you everything about it. Will I able to add any resources inside this resource group? Let's create any other public IP address. Someone is saying yes, someone is saying no. I have used read only lock. Okay, you see here. You see I'm getting an error. Not error, I'm getting a notification here. It's clearly mentioning that the selected resource group is read only. That means I will not able to make any changes to it. Is this clear, guys? Now, can I able to delete this resource group? Let's try to delete it. So let's try to delete. You see, This resource groups can't be deleted because it's having a lock. And what sort of the lock I have used? I have used read only. So in the production scenarios, what you can do where you are fixed, like you are not going to make any changes to this resource group, just put the read only lock so that no one can come and no one can add any other additional resources here in this resource group. You can put that one. Even this lock can be used or restricted at the resource level. You can do that as well. Okay. Cool. So let's go and change this lock. Let's see. Now edit this lock, and let's put the delete type. Now if I make this delete type lock, can I able to make any changes into this lock? Can I able to add any resources, guys? Any other services, can I able to add it? Let's see the demo. Let's see quickly. So I'm going to put a name, just random name. Okay, now you see I'm not getting any notification. You see this? I'm not getting anything. Cool. So I can create. That means in the delete lock, I have the right features. I would able to add the resources, but I will not able to perform delete operations in that. Okay. Now let's go and try to delete it. Can I able to delete this, guys? Can I able to delete this? No. The functionality of the lock is this only. Whether it is a read or whether it is a delete options, you will not able to delete that resource. Make sense? Okay, so you see here, let's try to delete. So if I will try to delete this, just put the name of the resource group. Let's see. Okay, I will not able to delete it. Yes. No. Can we assign different lock permission to separate user? No, it's not like that. Lock permission is specific to the organization level. Okay, organization level, remember that org chart which I mentioned to you. It is specific to that one. It is not specific to the access control. No, it's not like that. You can create a policy, and using that policy you can restrict that, okay, only admin should able to touch, or only admin should able to go, or let's say owner, only owner access should go and able to make changes into this lock. That part you can do. Okay. No, not directly with the RBAC and all. Okay, this is done. Now let's suppose we want to move this to another resource group. Suppose I want to move this to East US. Now let's try to move it into some other resource group. So for that one, let's create one more resource group here. Okay, I'm going to create, let's say for example, AZ demo RG2, and this one I'm going to create it into West US. Suppose, let's create it. So this resource group I created. Okay. Now let's go to our demo RG1, the first one. Let's try to take one of this resource and try to move this resource to another resource group. You see here, even I'm getting an option of changing the another region. If I want to migrate this specific service to another region, that also I can do. I can change it. Now another resource group. Let's move ahead. So this resource group, which resource group? Take that resource group. Why it is not showing? Okay, sorry. Let me reduce the size of it. Hopefully you all can see right? So I'm just trying to show you this drop down. So you see here. So this is what it is showing all there, right? So in our case, we are supposed to select AZ demo RG2. Okay, this is what we are supposed to select. Let's zoom. Fine. This resource group I selected. I understand the tools in the script associated with it, and click on OK. So it will take a while. It will take some time to migrate it. Now remember, now let's say for an example in your examinations they may ask a couple of the questions on this. Suppose this VM is there. Can I move this VM? Answer is yes, you can move this VM. But when you move this VM, Let's say I migrated VM. I forgot to migrate the NIC card. If I will not migrate this NIC card, VM will not perform. So some of the dependent components are there that also need to get migrated, guys. So in your exam, you can expect a couple of the questions on this. If I move a virtual machines, NIC card is sitting into, let's say, RG1, VM move to RG2, right? They may ask you, and NIC card is still there into the RG1. Will that the VM will able to work? No. Until unless this NIC card is there into this RG2 or it got migrated, it will not able to work. Clear? What is this questions? Can I restrict them by using two locks? Two locks means what? I don't want to delete or modify. So can I restrict them? Yeah, I am users. That's what I'm telling you. If you want that admin or contributor should not able to touch this lock, you have to create a policy. You have to search a policy. If anyone is having a contributor access, they will not able to use this lock service or lock feature. You have to disable that one. From this portal, you need to restrict or you need to disable it so that it will be appearing as a gray out. Okay, and that can be done using a policies. Isn't there a grouping of the resource into one group? What is the doubt now? Options available so that this. What is the question, Raja? I didn't understand. Isn't there a grouping of the resource into one group option so that this can be migrations can be made easier? Sorry, I didn't got your questions. You can put all your resources in one resource group. It's up to you. Can we define the resources in a way that their dependencies stay with them when moving the persistence? Barry, yeah, so that's a good question. That's what I told you. There are some of the dependent resources are there, right? So if we will move them or if we will migrate them, then it will tell you, it will give you an options that, okay, you need to migrate these services as well. It will give you that option and you have to select. If you will not select that one, that item or that resource which you are migrating to another resource group will not able to perform. Okay, so that's why I given you an example of the virtual machine. So remove that lock. Can once we create lock, apply on the resources, how to remove it? Will that need to done by admin? You can do it, right? When you move VM one RG to another RG, you also need to move the NIC as a second step. Yeah, like you do it at one go itself or you do it in the second step, it's up to you. As long as you are promoted with the dependent component, you are good with the graphical interface. Raja, I didn't understood. As long as you are prompted, okay, you are prompted with the dependent component. Yeah, you are prompted, correct. So it will tell you, okay, like these components also need to get migrated. Okay, and it take time, huh? So if you see here, when I started doing this migrations into the another AZ demo RG2, it will take a while, and now it's you see like it got migrated. Okay, so it got migrated into this location, West Europe, West Europe. So whenever we are changing the resource group, remember here, guys, it is not changing your service, your resource locations. So if you had paid attention, my resource, I created this resource into West Europe only. And even though when I migrated to another resource group, so it is, sorry, what I'm saying. So even though when I migrated to another resource group, resource is still existing into this location. Okay, so resource location will not change until unless I go and I change that one. Okay, done. So tomorrow, let's suppose this one, if I want to move it to another region, I can do that. So that flexibility Microsoft is giving you. So suppose by mistakenly you have created that resource into some other region, please go ahead and you can use this. Okay? Good. So far so good. Anyone having any other questions? Where you did public IP register? Public IP register is there into the provider. I shown you go inside subscriptions, then you need to register that provider. If we deleted any resource group accidentally, is there any way we can restore? No, I told you this thing. Already I answered. There is no way. That's why Microsoft had given you that lock feature. Can you post this link? Which link? How to move Nick? Which link you want? This link I have already given. Charges totally depending upon region wise, guys. I already told you about this Azure pricing calculator. So automatically if you move any resources into any other country or any other region, then definitely they will start charging you on that country wise. Okay, I already told you this thing. So if you remember, I given you an example that the price used to vary, right? Price used to vary totally depending upon the locations. So if you see here, so for an example, I given you an example of this virtual machines. If you can pay attention here, so if I'm selecting this North Europe, South India, you see this price is getting varied. So if you have migrated your resource from one region to another region, from the time when you done the migrations, when your migrations got completed, charges will be applicable from of that region. Okay, why this error? When we try to create RG in Simplilearn Lab account, request disallowed by policy. So you see, like they have implemented some policies. So there is already some resource groups are there. You can play with those resource groups. There are some resource group will be there. Kindly try to play with that one. There is no way of getting it restored. Auto replication of AD between the region. This is something your on-premises question, guys. It's up to you. If you have 100 of the AD, it's up to you like where you want to replicate, right? If I one AD I created into East US, another AD I created into West US, what sort of replications I'm enabling it, it is totally up to me, okay? Yes, you can check. Not able to see any current resource group in Simplilearn Lab, okay? I'm not sure, guys. You can go and check that one. If they are not allowing you to, what they are allowing, like just go and check, right? Where is that practice lab? I'm not sure much about these labs, like what sort of things they have placed, because I use my personal subscriptions to give you a demo of all the labs and all. So you can go and check that one. And there should not be any problem, but if you are facing any problem, we can raise it. Is there any procedure in the portal to check our recent activity in the portal, sir? Where is that tab? Okay. Just hold. The error is coming when we are using the PowerShell or CLI. Okay. So Chiranjeev, I told you, right? So kindly go inside your portal and then get your provider registered. Okay. So kindly get your provider registered. If your provider is registered, then you should not face any problem. That's what I given you an example. If you use PowerShell Azure CLI, might be you will encounter such issues. So first check whether your provider is registered or not. No, you don't need your personal subscriptions. Okay, so rest about a couple of questions about the activity. You can find that activity here in the bell icon. If you recall, on the day one, I given you a walkthrough of this portal. So here you have this activity. View events in the activity log. Just click on that one. That's all. So here you would be able to see all sort of the logs. Okay, so here you see like who had done. Like okay, I had done that one. So you see this. So it's showing my name, what sort of activity I've done. I created a public IP address, everything. So from here, I can fetch that details. If someone had deleted the resource group, I can come down and I can see. Okay, cool. So here we go. Now let's go ahead. I will just quickly log into my Azure account using a PowerShell. So I just launched this PowerShell. So in this PowerShell, guys, if I want to use, suppose if I want to use Azure specific modules, just ensure that you already have module. Okay. So how you can check? So just check that get installed module. So if you press tab, get installed. Sorry, why this intelligence is not working? Get, come on. Okay, so this is the command. If you run that one, it will tell you all sort of the modules. If Azure modules is not there, then you need to install that Azure module. So what is the command is there to install the module? You can either use import command, you can use install command, right? Or you can use get command, right? So get module, you can type that as well. You can have, let's say for an example, install dash modules, that also will do for you. So right now I have already installed my Azure modules. That's why it's showing you all sort of the modules is there specific to Microsoft Azure. You see this AZ. Now, if I type here get host, so I would able to see the detailed information about my PowerShell, guys. Now, specific to the Microsoft Azure commands, what you need to do, you just need to remember some basic commands. Basic commands in the sense, here we are going to use, let's say, get, set, okay, remove, okay, login, okay, then you have new, okay, and then you have connect command, okay, so add command. So these are all the commands are there which we can use. So with the name itself is very simple to understand. Get command will help you out to fetch the details. Set command will override some values. Remove will delete. Login will help you out to connect. New means it will create a new. Connect means it will do a login for you. Add means I'm just adding or appending some more additional values, right? So these are some of the basic commands are there which we will be using it frequently. So let me go back here, and now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to log in. So how you can check that one? Just type get AZ, right? If you type this context, you would able to see whether you are already logged in to any subscriptions or not. If you are not logged in, then what you can do, you can log in, right? So what is the login command will be there? So for an example, I want to get out of it or I want to take some help. So I can use the help as well. Help menu is also there. Using that, we can get the help. Okay. So now this AZ context, now I can see like I'm already logged into my subscriptions and this is my tenant ID. This is my subscriptions name and everything it is showing to me, right? Now, suppose if I want to connect to any other account, means on any other account, I can perform that one. Okay. So for an example, let's say if I want to connect, so what command we can do? We can we can use this add AZ account. We can use this as well. We can use, let's say, I can use this login AZ. That's also I can use. Let me first log out AZ account so that if any existing connections is there, that will get logged out. Okay, now it's done. Now if I want to connect, I can use connect AZ account. Fine. Why this font is showing very small? Increase the size of it. Okay. Yeah, I can change that one. So it's not a problem. But it's okay, I think. So it's visible to all of you, right? Then I will not change anything. So here we go. So let's go connect AZ account. If I will press this, what it will do? It will open a web browser, and in that web browser, it will ask me to provide my Microsoft account. Okay. So let's send in notifications. So here we go. '52. Now which tenant, where I logged in, right? So you see here I managed to log in it. Now I can start fetching, or I can start writing the PowerShell script. So it's up to you. It's up to us, like what sort of script we want to write. We can write that one. Okay. Now you see this is my account which it got connected, and this is my detail is there. Now I can find like get AZ context, as I told you, right? So I can see that one, and then if I want in a table format, I can put, sorry, get AZ context. Okay, I can press that one. So this is what my subscription detail is there. Now let's type get AZ resource group. So if I type this command, it will show me all FT format table. It will show me all the resource groups. Okay, so list of all the resource groups which we had created. It will show you. It will show us that one. Now, if I want to create a new resource group, just simple use new AZ resource group. Okay, then name of it. Sorry, provide the name. Okay, so let's say for an example, this is PowerShell Lab RG. Right? Done. Then provide the locations, East US. Done. So what this will do, it will create a new resource group for me, and then I will able to see that new resource group got created. Now this is a imperative, like this is script which I'm writing. This is an imperative. I didn't tell how it should go and create that one. I just tell that, okay, I need a resource group. I just given that command, and it gone and it had created that resource group for me. In the declarative, I need to tell line by line that, okay, first you go, try to check for the name. Second, you go and check for the location. Third, you see some some properties configurations are there. Then check that one, go ahead line by line, one by one, and then only perform that job. That is a declarative approach. Okay, now let's try this again. Get AZ anything. So anything you want, right? So you can perform everything from your PowerShell. So if I want, let's say I want to filter something. So where I can put this one dot resource group dot name, let's say equals to EQ. EQ is the equals to, right? I can take that one. Let's say PowerShell dash lab dash RG. Okay, sorry. What should be the command? We can filter it out as well. So we can use some filter options. So you no need to remember, or you no need to memorize all these commands. Okay, so what you can do is just simply Google it here. So just let's say for an example, right now we are talking about a resource group, correct? Just search resource group, PowerShell, that's all. Create resource group, delete resource group, right? So you will find this command. So this is the places there where you can go and see what are all the parameters, what are all the objects or arguments you can pass, and which argument is mandatory, that also you will find it here. So which PowerShell version you are using it, depending upon that you can select what commands you are looking, you will find it, all the commands here. Specific to Azure resource, if I'm searching, let's say for an example, if I'm looking for get AZ locations, I can just simply type in this way. Okay, I can go and type AZ locations, it will show me that one. Okay, similar way AZ resource group, here is your resource group specific. These are all the arguments are there which you can pass. Okay, now if you see here, that get AZ resource group, like what is the name of it, which name we are searching. So suppose I'm searching for PowerShell. Getting error, not able to connect from Power to Azure, don't allow. You can use as a CLI, you can use Cloud Shell. Better you use the Cloud Shell. Okay. Good guys. Okay, so now if you see here, so these are all the commands, examples are there. You can come down and you can look for it like, okay, which type of the commands you want to run, right? So you can run it from here. So I will just give you this URL. Go ahead, explore it. If I want to create a VM, I can create that one. It's easy. So with just with providing a basic information, I can create a VM. Let's try to create that one, the default VM. Suppose tomorrow I need to create a VM. Okay, just type new AZ VM, and then what is the next thing? Name. Let's say PowerShell VM. Okay, then location. Just provide this basic informations. That's all. East US. Now, what is the resource group? Provide that resource group name. If you press tab, automatically it will complete that one. Now, PowerShell dash lab dash RG. So if I provide only this much of information, it will go and create a default virtual machine for me. Now, if you see here, it's so easy to create a virtual machines, correct? So let's go and try to see that one. So if I create it here, let's run that. Now you see it's asking my username and the password. Let's provide that. It will take the default value and it will go ahead and provision a Windows server for me. So you see it's very easy, correct? I didn't tell that, okay, it need to go and do this and that, everything. No, automatically it is just simply understanding that you are looking for some default configurations. It will go and create it for you. Okay. Hope everyone okay with it. What's the username and the password did you provide it? Any username and a password, it's up to you. I given my username and the password. I can create resource group through PowerShell, but not the resources. Is anyone facing the same issues? Chiranjeev, fill that. What is that? Fill that. Naba, Isor, under the Cloud Shell Bash or PowerShell. Is it a VM credential? Yes. Yes, Amitav, I just given the VM credentials. After creating a log, is there any possibility to remove the log? I'm not able to do the same. Superb. You unable to do that one? Okay, let me show you here. What you need to do, just go on the Azure portal, go to your resource group, where you place the lock, just go there. Lock is here. Just if you can't see this delete option, if it is not showing to you, just reduce the size of your Explorer, means reduce the window size. Like sometime what happened, it might be going out of your screen. That's why this delete operations, means delete menu will not be showing to you. So kindly zoom in, okay? Control minus, zoom in from the browser, then you can see this delete operations. You can go and delete it. Done. Okay, great. So let's move on, guys. So lesson number 2, where we are going to talk about Azure portal, demonstration about the Azure portal, Cloud Shell. So this demonstrations I have already. So check the policy, right? What is the policy is there? Go to subscriptions, go to the policy. I showed you like where you can go and find that policy. Go and check that one. Okay. So what sort of the policy is there? Check that policy. If that policy is stopping you in your subscription, just go ahead and get that one removed. You are an admin, right? You have an admin access. Okay, great. So moving further, guys, these things we had already seen, right? On the day 1 itself, I given you a walkthrough of the Azure portal, how you can search the resources and the services. You all know how you can manage the resources, how you can create a customized dashboard and favorites. This is something we will see in the later sections as well. You can access the Cloud Shells. You can receive the notifications. Okay. So notifications, the bell icon. Now, demonstrations like how you can get yourself familiar with the Azure portal. So I already given you a quick walkthrough of the Azure portal. This is your Azure portal, and you all know like where to go and find what sort of informations. And I already told you like how you can practice, like how you can search it, right? So make a practice of searching anything, any queries if you have. Let's say if I'm talking about a virtual machine, but you don't know about the virtual machine, right? This is the first time you are listening about the virtual machine. Search it here. Search about that one. And then if you see here, Microsoft is giving you all sort of this documentations here. Okay, directly they are referencing or they are giving you a reference of those documentations. You can go and open those documentations. Please go ahead and open it like this. Okay, press Control and open it, then you are good. So you can, let's say for an example, if I'm talking about creating a Windows virtual machine, so how I can create it. Let's say for an example, I'm going to check from the portal. So from the portal, this is the steps are there how we can create Windows virtual machine. Okay, now done. So this is what is there. Now if you go just now I created a PowerShell virtual machine, correct? This is one. This one is running. Now let's go and try to connect to this virtual machine. Still is creating. Okay, created. So this is the virtual machine which got created with the default configurations through PowerShell. You see here how easy it was there for me to deploy this virtual machine with just writing a line of one line of command. I able to create that virtual machine in Microsoft Azure with the default configuration. But in the real-time environment, we don't used to do it in this way, right? We need a dedicated everything like this. This one, we don't want something like that. We need specific configurations, correct? We need a specific network NIC card, right? So you see this NIC card got attached to it. Automatically it created this NIC card. But this name is not showing as a NIC card, right? So NIC or something. So that customized one we will be looking. So for that one, we need either a ARM template, PowerShell, infrastructure as code, many options. Okay, now let's go and try to connect to this server. I am just connecting to the server now. Okay, so how to connect? I have already enabled RDP to this virtual machine. So I'm just trying to connect to it. So I will talk about this RDP and all in the later section. But as of now, just understand that I'm just trying to connect to this server. Done, done. Great. Now move further. Cloud Shell. So Cloud Shell, when you create it for the first time, right, it's a CLI. You can access it. Sorry. Got stuck. Okay. So Cloud Shell. Now, what is the Cloud Shell? Cloud Shell is a web-based CLI is there. So Microsoft is giving you an option to start CLI terminal from your portal itself. So you don't need a specific applications like PowerShell or Azure CLI installed on your local system. You can run it directly from your Azure portal. So this is your Bash and PowerShell. Both option is there. Okay. So remember this, it is temporary per session per user basis. Okay. So whatever you are doing it, yeah, you can do it from the portal. You can specify the username and the password. No, I given my username and the password. There is no default username and the password. I given my username and the password, guys. So kindly pay attention here while discussing about the virtual machine or compute. At that time, I'll be discussing about each and everything. Don't do anything right now. I will allow you. I will give you enough time to do all the practice, guys. Please pay attention here. Follow me, and when we will discuss about the virtual machine, at that time I'll show you everything. Right now, we are just going through some of the basics. Okay. Good. So here. So here you see like it's used to have a storage account and a file share. It needed whenever you must have launched a Cloud Shell for the first time, it would have prompted you to create a storage account. In that storage account, it used to create a file share where it would be holding all your different logins, commands, like what you're trying to execute, right? It needs some storage, some memories. That's why it used to create a storage account. Okay, now about the Cloud Shells, let's try to go ahead and see that one. So I have already given you a demo. So what you can do is just go to this URL, shell.azure.com. If you want to open it into the larger screen or larger window, you can open it in this way, or you can click on this Cloud Shell. This is your Cloud Shell, guys. So this one is your Cloud Shell. When you will be launching it for the first time, it must be asking you to create a storage account. I'm not launching this one for first time. That's why it's not prompting me for the storage account. Okay. So here you have two options. You have Bash, PowerShell. So the benefit of using this Cloud Shell is this: you don't need to log in, or you don't need to use this commands what we use, right? I don't need to connect and all this log and connect the account and all. automatically it get connected to the to your terminal. Now, if you want to change your subscriptions, then you can change your subscription by using a set command. You can set that command. So suppose you have 100 of the subscriptions, then you can go and see like, okay, just type get AZ context. If I type this get AZ, sorry, what I type, get AZ context. If I type this one, you see here, I able to see which subscriptions currently I'm working, correct? So similar way, I can go and switch back. Suppose I want to change my subscriptions, I can change that one. So first, use this get AZ subscription. Suppose press tab, automatically it will complete your command. So get AZ subscriptions, right? Get the list of the subscriptions. So in my case, if you see here, I have 2 subscriptions are there. Okay. So again, I will type this get AZ subscriptions. So these are the 2 subscriptions I have. One is pay as you go, another one is the Cloud Lab, right? So if I want to switch from one subscription to another, just use this command, then use this command subscriptions ID, and then put what subscription, which subscriptions you want. Okay, so this one suppose I want, so Control C, then paste it. Paste. Okay, and then you can use this pipe, and then you can use set AZ context. Okay, just use this one. So now if I type this command, what it will do? It will switch my subscriptions so that I'll be working into that subscription, so that all the commands, everything which I'll be executing it, that will be going inside this subscriptions. Clear, guys? Now let me go back to my previous subscriptions. Control C, Control V. Okay. Now switching back to the previous subscription. Okay, done. You can use CLS to clear your screen. Now you can type this again, get AZ subscriptions. It will show you this one. If you type this get AZ context, it will show you like this. So which subscription you are working, this is the subscription is there. Cool. Similar way, you can go and do the same operations using a bash, means Cloud Shell. In this one, you have an editor as well. So if you click on this this option, here you will find this editor. Okay, so it is having an inbuilt Visual Studio Code. So if I want to run any sort of means if I want to write any lines of the program or script, I can use this editor and I can write that one. Okay. Now here you have like open a new sessions. If I want to open a new session, means full screen shell.azure.com, then I can open it into this way. So just click on that, then you are good. One account can have multiple subscriptions. Yes, it's possible. Okay. Now here all the commands, if what I want to run, so just type in this way, AZ space dash dash help. It will tell you what are all the commands you can type. You see here, so AZ account, ACR, everything. So it will tell you what are all the services, how you can run that commands, everything is there. So if you don't know the command, don't worry about it, just type AZ account. So which one is better, which one is good for you, PowerShell, Azure CLI, it's up to you. Okay. Sometime I use Azure CLI, sometime I use PowerShell. It's up to me. Like it depends upon situations. Which one is easier for me? I just go ahead and use that one. So suppose this one. If you see here, is there account help? So if I type this, I'm getting proper examples and everything like which I can use, right? So I can type, let's say AZ account show. suppose. I will use this command. So let's see what happened. If I type this command, it is telling me what means which subscriptions I'm using, right? Here I able to get that information. Is this clear, guys? Okay. So hopefully you all must have got a fair understanding of Cloud Shell, right? Like how you can use that one, how you can use this cloud editor and all. Okay. So now let's move to the next topic. That's Azure PowerShell and CLI. So Azure PowerShell, again, it's a CLI. You can download that Azure PowerShell. Is this the case sensitive? Case sensitive. I don't think so. But Linux commands are case sensitive, but PowerShell is not. Even your Azure CLI is probably Azure CLI is also not a case sensitive. You can check, right? You can check that one. Yeah, you can use the tab and it will do the auto corrections. Naming convention wise, I think it is, but it will auto correct. Yeah, that's what it will do, that auto correction for you. Yeah, CLI could be the case sensitive because yes, it requires that specific bash, right? And PowerShell is not having anything as such. Okay, good. So moving to this one, Azure PowerShell, right? So PowerShell commandlet and module and how you can work locally with the PowerShell. Now, I have already given you a demo of it, but let's go ahead and see. So PowerShell, I just told you, if you are using a Windows 10, you are getting a default client, right? Default agent is already installed, so you can use that one. And I already told you, like, you need a specific module for it. So if I'm planning to use Azure, then I need a Azure specific module. And how to get that one? So you can use get command, like get AZ module, right? You can get that one, and then you can get that one installed. So it will add all sort of the specific Azure commands. Okay, you can connect to your Azure subscriptions, and then you can start doing what you want. So this Azure Core PowerShell is available. You can download it, right? So if you are using Linux, Mac OS, Windows, you can install that one and you can start using it. So in Windows 10, it is default. In Windows 7 also, it is default. In Windows 8 also, it is default. Okay. So how you can get the module? So just I shown you. If you type this get module, it will tell you all sort of the package or modules type which has been which got downloaded, right? You can use this get dash installed module to see the installed module. So how you can work with the PowerShell, just we had seen that one, how we can install that AZ module. So if you want, I have already installed that one. So I'll quickly show you. So what you need to do, you need to, let's say for an example, I want to install the AZ module, correct? So just search install AZ module. Search in this way, okay? So if you search here, you'll find like how you can install it. So the command is this one. So if you see here, okay, install module, this is the one. So which version of that you want, you can install it. So if you want get installed, first check that whether it is already there or not. And if you want a specific versions, you can mention that which version of the Azure or AZ you want to install, you can install it. So in my case, suppose I go back here on my local PowerShell. Here I'll try to run that command. So just type get get dash. So if you type this, wait for a while, and then if you type this m, let's have the intelligence here, get dash m module, and then name of it, then you can type AZ. So suppose I want AZ module, just mention that one. That's enough. AZ module. Okay, done. And then if you want to download it for a specific user or a specific version, you can do so. So if I do like this, like just type this install module name AZ. Okay, so if I type this one, so here you see like, okay, it's telling me that I need to run it as an admin. So you need to run this PowerShell as an administrator. So let's go and close this session and run our PowerShell in a admin mode. So just run as an administrator. And then only you would able to install it. And remember it guys, like when I'm installing this AZ module, then it is going on this PowerShell get. Okay, so it's going on this gallery, and then from there it is going to download it. Okay, so here we go. Like if I type this command install dash module, just type dash name AZ. Perfect. Now if you see, if I'm going to enter, right, if I'm going to enter that one, what it will do, it will go to PowerShell gallery, and from there it is going to download this module. So if you see here, it is going to this repository or PS gallery. So it is going there and it is trying to get the module from that place. So this is the command is there for downloading it. Perfect. So let's move on. Azure CLI. So Azure CLI download is available. What you can do, you can simply go on Google and search for Azure CLI download. Just search like this. Okay, just search Azure CLI download. Just search it in this way. So there is an installable file is there. You can download it depending upon your operating system. You can go and get that CLI from here. So this is the URL. You can get that one. I have already downloaded it. I take it that means it is completed. Felix, why is it so like, is it giving you some error? No? Let me also try to log in, guys, with that Simply account, Simply Learn account. I'm just trying to log in. what challenges you guys are facing. Let me also check. So this is simply learn account, right? Okay. So I just logged in. Now what is the problem? Are you guys facing any issues uh, in terms of Cloud Shell? PowerShell. So PowerShell in the sense you are using it from your machine PowerShell, or you are using from this Cloud Shell, like machine. Okay. So if you are using it from your machine, so did you first use that login, or did you use that? Do you have the module? That's what I'm telling you. Like, do you already have the module? If you have the module, then only you would able to use it. Okay. Can't create a storage account in this one. Okay, why is this? Okay, Central India is not allowed. That's why. Okay, sorry. Then let's go close it. So what you need to do is, if you want to launch that, just use, let's say for an example, I want PowerShell. Now here, go to advanced setting. You see here. Now here you need to create. So suppose demo lab RG. So it's clearly mentioned in this here when you start this lab. So it's clearly mentioned here users details, right? Clearly mentioned which locations you can use and what. So it's mentioned when you go to the first page, right? So which location it's allowed. So location is allowed. So I will select that locations, and this is the file share, and location is East US. So I will select that one. Then you will not get any error. So this is your first challenge. So you need to change, go to the advanced setting, change this locations, select the East US. Sorry, then only you would able to. Who had taken this name? Okay. Randomly given the name, and that's also got. It's saying like storage account name got taken. Okay. So now it is creating, and once it gets created, we should be good to use our Cloud Shell. So this is what. Okay. So this is done. Now I got the PowerShell. Now I can start using that one. So now what's the problem? Anyone facing any other problem here? If you are using your local machine, then you need to first you need to have the module. If you don't have the module, please get that one downloaded. And then what you need to do is, the next step is, you need to check your executions policy. Just check this one. Get executions policy. Whether you are allowed to run any PowerShell commands or not, check that one. It should be unrestricted or remote assigned at least. You're using PowerShell from your local machines, then you have to do all this setup. Not getting the help when you press the tab. Tab is not for the help. It is for the completion of the command. It's auto completion of the command. It is not giving you an help. PowerShell is having an intelligence. When I'm typing any command, then if you see here, if you pay attention here, it will start running some intelligence for you. Okay. So for an example, if I'm typing this get dash, so you see here, it started running that one, and then it will start giving you all sort of the commands. So token expired, no problem, log in again. Log in again. Okay, so here we go. I got this one. So now if I want get cloud drive, suppose I want to know about my storage account. So this is my storage account which I'm using it. If you see here, this is my file share and all. So if your one is showing you as a restricted, please change that one. Change it to unrestricted or remote assigned. Then only you would able to execute it. So what the command should be? Set executions policy. If you are using your company laptop, then it must be restricted. Okay, so you need to run this one, set dash execution policy, and here you have to select unrestricted and then press enter, then you are done. Okay. Yes, that's fine. Naba, that's okay. Okay, you need to get that one from the untrusted or trusted repository. So click on yes to all. So you need to type this command, as I told you, install dash module. Okay, and then name of that module is AZ. Just type that one. It will go and download it from the PS gallery. Good. Okay. Change this execution policy, and then only you should able to play with it. And I think you already got the username and the password. So you are supposed to use this username and the password. Use this. I already told you how to connect. Use connect AZ account, correct? Or login dash AZ account. Then you would able to connect to that. It will prompt you on the UI, on the browser. Enter this username and the password. So far so good. Any doubt anyone have? Did everyone manage to get through with it? Perfect. Thank you very much. So if you go to the subscriptions, you can find what sort of this should be same username and password for VM. Osman, don't get confused with the VM. Forget about the VM. Right now, don't go into the VM. Okay? VM, when I'll be covering that, at that time I will teach you everything about the VM. Forget about anything you know about the VM. Okay? Right now, you just need to play and get yourself comfortable with PowerShell, Cloud Shell, right? Azure CLI, you need to get comfortable with those things. That's all. You don't need to worry about the VM. VM is coming. VM, I took just for an example of demonstrating, like, okay, I'm demonstrating this and that. Okay? So don't worry about that part. It is coming in future. At that time, I'll tell you everything about the VM. Okay, let's move ahead. So just I given you a demo of this Azure CLI. So Azure CLI, just get that one installed, and then you can use the command. I told you how you can use. So you see this, use the help menu is there. So you can type AZ. AZ is the starting command. Any command is going to start, it's specific to the Azure. It's going to start with the AZ. AZ dash dash help. If you don't know, type this one. Suppose next command is I want to help about the VM. Just type AZ VM, then dash dash help. Type that one. It will tell you all sort of the sub commands or commands. You can take that one, and then from there you can run it. It's easy. It's very easy as compared to PowerShell. Way easier as compared to PowerShell. Okay, moving to lesson number 4. That's about a ARM template, guys. So I'm going to talk about this ARM template, but before we start this lesson, let's take a break for 20 minutes, and then we should go ahead and start this ARM template. Hope everyone okay with it. Okay, so let's take a quick break, guys. And before you all go on a break, I need some polling from all of you. Let me go to my poll option. Just give me 1 minute. Kept. Why my voice is coming low? I don't know. How come you guys are getting my voice low, guys? Is it something specific to my headset? I don't know. I feel that I'm shouting a loud. I'm shouting it too much. It's okay, right? Increase your volume if you are facing that issues. Okay, kindly fill up this poll. So how we are doing? Let's try to understand that one. So are we all doing good, or how is the speed? I don't know, might be it could be a problem with the WebEx, guys. I'm not sure about it because I'm using a very good headset. I never experienced this. You might be getting a low voice. I don't know why. I'm trying to shout aloud. So please go ahead and complete this polling, and then we should be good enough and go ahead and take. Please replace your headset. Ria, is this something I need to do? Okay. Okay. I'm not that great. You need to reduce. You need to reduce. What's that? You need to reduce the pace. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I feel like we are doing good job. Then that's super. Okay. Great, guys. So please go ahead and take a break for 20 minutes, and then we all should be back. So let me turn on my timer. Where is my timer? Is it there? Just give me 1 minute. Okay, let me show you my screen. So here we go. Okay, we all should be back in 20 minutes. See you all then. Hi guys. Hello everyone. Can you guys hear me? Is it audible? Loud and clear? Okay. Great. Thank you. So, shall we proceed then? Good. Thank you. So this is our lesson number 4, where we are going to talk about ARM template, and I'm going to talk about the ARM template advantage, what is the schema, parameters, quick start templates, and then how you can use a quick start template. Okay, so here we go. What basically this ARM template is. So the first and the foremost, you need to know about what is the advantage of using this ARM template. ARM template, I told you, it is written into a JSON, right? Its syntax is used into JSON, where you will find key and value. So there will be key and value. It's written into JSON, and here when I'm going to use this ARM template is what? It is an infrastructure as a code. Okay. Now this ARM template is default or proprietary of Microsoft Azure. So I can use this ARM template for the creation of resources in Microsoft Azure. Now what is the advantage of using this ARM template? I can keep this ARM template into somewhere, let's say on GitHub or into Azure repository, some sort of source control. And from that source control, I can call this ARM template and I can do the deployment. Like, let's suppose I want to deploy some repetitive jobs or repetitive infrastructure I want to create, correct? Then what I can do, I can write down the ARM template and then I can call that ARM template again and again. Okay. Now the benefit is this. If you see here, there is no human intervention in it. It's not having any kind of manual configurations. One time we done the configuration, we written the ARM template and then we are done, right? Everything is written into the code format. It is reusable. You can link multiple sub templates inside it, and it helps you out in terms of the orchestrations. So using this ARM template, you can deploy. Suppose tomorrow, if someone is asking me to create 100 of the virtual machine or 100 of the public IP address, 100 of anything, any resources in Microsoft Azure, I can use this ARM template and I can build that one. Okay. Now about the template, how this template is written. So it's written into JSON format. It is having this key and value, as I told you. Each key is basically an argument or a string, right? So here, whatever you see, so this is the template syntax is there. So first and the foremost is your schema. So here you will find the schema.management. This is the default is there. Okay, so whatever resource I want to create, I need to define this schema. Schema is basically a referencing library where it has been mentioned what sort of the arguments it support. Okay, everything is mentioned inside that schema. Then you have the content version. Content version is basically an API version which I am referencing to deploy that specific resource. Then parameter, that means user's input. I want to take an input from you. Suppose virtual machine name. When I'm creating a virtual machine, I want that you should provide the name of the virtual machine. Suppose password. VM password. I want that when I'm creating the virtual machine, then at that time you should provide that password. So that all those things I can define it inside this parameter. Then you have variable. Variable means local variables. So within the template itself, suppose I'm using A equals to B, and if I need to call it anywhere in my code, A value, I can mention it as a variable. I can use it again and again. Functions. There are some inbuilt functions are there like max, mean. Every programming language used to have some inbuilt functions, correct? So in similar way also you have some of the functions are there which you can be used. Let's say concat. So I can use that concat functions, right? And then I can call it and I can use that one. This is important. So this resource block, what you see inside this resource block, what resource I'm planning to create, that is something I need to define it inside this resource block. Okay. Finally, you have output. Output means once this resource got created, suppose public IP address, right? So if I created this public IP address, how can I confirm that, okay, it got created? I can confirm it by defining it into the output. So this is your template. Parameters are there. How you can parameterize. So just giving you an example, like if you see, this is the parameters where username, what type of parameter it is? Okay, it is a string. Metadata means I can define the descriptions. Okay, provide the username for the VM, provide the password of the VM, right? So I can take it as a parameter. I can take it as an input from the user. Quick start template. Before I go and walk you through the quick start template, let me go on Google and give you a glance of ARM template. So how you can find that one? Just go on Google and search for ARM template. Simple. Just search Azure ARM template. Okay. Now if you search this one, you will get to know about what is the template is there. So this is your template structure and the syntax. So just now I explained you about the templates, the syntax and the structure, correct? So this is what it has been mentioned here. You see here. So schema, content version, API profile, parameters, variable, functions, resource, and output. Okay. Now here you see this all the schemas. I told you there are different schemas are there. If I'm planning to deploy something into the Microsoft Azure and it is specific inside the resource group, I need to use this schema. I'm planning to use I'm planning to do something at the subscription level. Let's say I want to create a resource group. I want to create a policy. Then I need to use this schema. Suppose I want to create a resource group, then I need to use this. You see here the difference. Subscription deployment template.json. So this is the one which I'm supposed to use it. Okay. Here you have anything specific to the management group, then I need to use this schema. Okay. If I want to use it at the tenant group, then I have to use this one. Default is this one. If I want to do anything in my resource group, within my resource group, suppose I want to create a public IP address, then I need to use this deployment template.json. Okay, so don't worry about it. So for an example, what I'm saying, so if you see here, if you copy this one and go to this place and paste this URL. If you paste, you see here, you will find a collection of all other schemas are here. Okay, so if I press simply Control A, Control C, and then if I go to my so if I go to where is that? Pass to JSON validator. Okay, so if I go to this one, if you see here, so this tool can help you out in terms of JSON validator. So if you see here, the JSON which has been written here, it's not readable, right? It's very difficult for me to read that one. So if I want, I can use this tool and I can click on this format and beautify, and it will show me like this. Okay, so it will show me like this. Then it will be more readable or easy for me to check. You can validate your JSON. If it is coming as a valid JSON, that means this JSON is not having any error. Okay. Now, if you want to test that, okay, whether this tool is working or not, let's remove this comma. And now if I'm going to click on this valid, you see here it's showing me like there is some sort of the error in this template, or this JSON is not valid. So every time, whenever you are writing a JSON, guys, you need to be very careful with this comma, with this parenthesis, with this braces, right? So you need to pay a lot of attention on this. Okay. So just I told you how you can find it. Now let's click on this valid JSON. You see now it's valid JSON. Format and beautify. It will format and beautify for you like this. Okay. Now you see it's more readable. I can easily able to read that one. I can easily able to get an information like, okay, what exactly this one. So if you see this, again, it is having some more reference URL is there. If I want to read about this one, I can quickly go and open it again, this URL. So it is basically a library, you can say. It is just a library. Within this library, it's been clearly mentioned like what sort of arguments you can pass on. So if you see here, if I again go and try to make it readable for you, so just go here and on the left hand side, paste it. So you see here, when I'm trying to read about this resource.json, what exactly is there. So if you see all sort of information, like what is the name, right? Locations, correct? Tags. You see, it's been defined here. What sort of arguments you can pass on to it. Is this clear, guys? I'll give you this URL. Okay. Can I use, I'm forgetting this, so can I use source group define policy? Yes, everything you can do it using this, okay? So everything can be done using the ARM template, guys. Whatever we are doing it from the portal, rather than going on the portal, I can do it from the ARM template. Now, I told you how you can reference this ARM template. Now, let's go ahead and try to write some ARM template. So you don't need to write anything from the scratch, okay? What you need to do, I will just quickly give you a tips and tricks like how easily how easily you can write the ARM template. So first and the foremost, so for an example, if I am looking for an ARM template of my public IP address, the one IP address which I created, correct? Let's go to that one. So if you see here in my resource group itself, here I find something called as a export template. You see this, everyone? Please pay attention here. So here you see this, there is an export template option is there. If I click on it, automatically Microsoft will export a template into an ARM format. So you see this. So this is my ARM template. So I'm getting an ARM template for it. Now here you see this resources, okay, and everything is there with me. Now let's say for an example, you guys want to play with this ARM template. You don't know about the ARM template. You are very new to it, suppose. So let's try to write that ARM template. How we can write? The first method I've shown you. You can go create it manually, and then you can export that template and get a reference from there. Okay, so this is the first method. First method, create it manually and then go here and then export it as a template. So if you read it, here you have a schema, content versions, parameters, right? So you see this, variables, resource, all the blocks, correct? In the resource, what you see this type, API versions, name, locations, SKU on the left hand side, that is specific arguments are there. Now how I will get to know like, okay, which argument I need to pass on. So for that one, what you need to do is just search like this. Copy this one, okay, and then go here. Search API, just search like this. As I told you, every resource, there is an API is there, okay? So Microsoft had already given that API. So what you need to do, just open that. So this is the template format, and here you see the versions. Okay, so this version is on your here. So you see this one. So it is using this API version 2020-05-01. Okay, so this is the version of API it is using. So I can go back here and I can see 2020-05-01. This is the version of the API it is using. I can select that one and I can read that template from here. So if you see this one, name, okay, type, API versions, location, tag, SKU, properties. So all these informations what you see on the left hand side, guys, that's something you can find. Same thing here. You see this, type, API, all the brown colors, right? Name, locations, everything you can see it on this side, on this blue colors. You see this? And what type of data or what type of argument you can pass on, like name. What type of the data it is? String. You need to pass it as a string. You see here, string, 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 right? Here you see protected IP, whether it's a true or false. You need to tell that one, Boolean. Okay? Is this clear, guys? Hope everyone must have got a fair understanding about a template, like ARM template syntax and all, like how you can get the syntax. Great. Now you should not have any fear of reading the ARM template. Okay, remember one more thing, guys. The way I'm teaching to you this ARM template, I will not say like other will not teach you, but the way I'm giving you this session about the ARM template, you will find like anything if I'll ask you tomorrow to deploy it in Microsoft Azure, you can deploy it confidently, okay, using a ARM template. Now let's go ahead and learn the second method of creating this ARM template. This is the first method, manually create that resource, export that template, done, okay. And if you see this is the resource. How you can find which resource it is creating? Through this one, through this type. Wherever you see this type and then it's written Microsoft.network public IP address, that means it's going to create a public IP address for us, okay. Okay, now this is done. Now let's go back and try to learn our second method. So what is the second method? Second method is Microsoft had already given a custom deployment template. So what you need to do, just search a service with the name deploy a custom template. This is the one is there. This is the second method, okay. There are n number of methods are there. I'm teaching you some of the basic some of the methods, okay. In your real time might be you'll be using the Jenkins pipeline, CI/CD, this and that, but some of the tips and tricks I'm just sharing with you, like how you can quickly build your infrastructure using the ARM template without knowing anything about the ARM template. If you don't know anything about the coding programming language, forget about it. So search for this service, then build your own template in the editor. Here you see this. Now automatically it is writing that one for me. Let's say I don't know how to write it. Delete everything. Delete everything. Now you have option of load file, download file, add resource. Let's go ahead and add a resource here. Let's add it. So which resource I want to add? Suppose I want to create anything. What you want? Let's say for an example, I want to create a web app. What is the name of the web app? Suppose test web app some number. Okay. Service plan name, test web app. Done. Click on OK. Sorry. Let's discard. Let's add it again. Okay. Now I want to write or I want to deploy some resources. So just go and click on this add. Now let's try again. Don't delete this existing template. Okay. Then click on add. Now let's say for an example web app. Now see, I'm just mentioning this web app name. This is the name. Click on OK. You see here, automatically it had placed that resource for me. Does it make sense, guys? Now let's say I want something else. Let's add storage account. Suppose I want storage account. Let's put that. You see, automatically it had added a storage account for me. You see, ARM template got prepared. Now I can use this ARM template, keep this ARM template in my GitHub or anywhere, right? I can do that one. Cool. So you see here, what is the parameters? Okay, so these are all the parameters are there which is it's getting. Now what's the value of it? Now here you see this parameters, what is the type of it, right? What are the allowed values are there? So what type of resource here you see this? I'm creating whatever resource. One is web app, okay, specific to the server farm. Now another one is website. This is the web app. This one is your app service plan. Now another one I created a storage account. So you see this is creating a storage account for me. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and deploy this. So let's save this one. Okay, done. Now I can put it, let's say for an example in this one, name, just put whatever name you want, free tier or basic standard, whatever you want. Worker size, I can select one, standard, LRS, say LRS. Review and create. Done. Now what this will do for us? What this will do, guys? This will provision web app. This will provision storage account. this will provision app service plan for me. So you see like how easy it was, right? I didn't gone much on the portal and fill up that form, right? I didn't done much. I just simply created that ARM template, saved it, used it again and again, right? Good. Okay. Now let's go and learn about the third method. What is the third method? Third method, we can refer a quick start template. Now what is that quick start template? Let's go and try to see that one. So what you need to do, just go on Google and search for Azure ARM template, quick start template. Just search in this way. So there are many templates are there, means depending upon different infrastructures configurations, already people or Microsoft had published many templates. So you can go on this quick start template here. Okay, so here you have this quick start template. Go to that options. So this is the one is there. You need to go and get that one. Perfect. If I already have the ARM template, how I can reuse to create new resource? You can reuse that one. So how you can reuse that? So this is your ARM template is sitting here. So suppose I want, let's say for an example, you see many scenarios are there. I want to create a simple, I will take, let's say VNet. Okay, so let's something search, Cloud Cell Hub and Spoke VNet. Search something else. Gusto VNet, manage VNet. So many VNets are there. You see this? VNet with 2 subnets. Let's search this one. Okay. So suppose I want to create a VNet with multiple subnets. So how I can do it? So this is the ARM template is there with me. I have this deploy.json file. Open this file. Okay. Now click on this raw option. Once you click on this raw options, you can open it in this way. Control A, Control C, and then now you can go on your Notepad++ or Notepad, and you can save this file. Wherever you want, you can save this file. Okay. So for an example, I want to use PowerShell to run this, right? So what I can do, I can simply create ARM template. So let's save this file. Control V, Control S. Okay. Now whether this ARM template is valid or not, right? So if I want, I can save it. So just remember, this one is template. Suppose vnet dash template.json. Okay, this is my template file. Now this template file is there. Now let's copy this template file. Let's go to our Azure portal and look for this custom deployment template option. Okay, just let's go and search for that service. Now here also, if you see, Microsoft had already integrated and giving you an opportunity to select the quick start template from here. Okay, you can select that one. If you don't want, if you have created your own templates or you want to use some common templates, you can use this one. So let's build your own template. Let's remove this, paste it, the one which I done, I just copied, right? Now if you see, when I pasted it, automatically it added this resource for me. You see, what is the resource name? It's a virtual network. It's going to create a virtual network for me. Now if I save this file, let's save this. Now if you see this, when I click on save options, now it's giving me an edit template, edit parameter options. Now you don't need to write a parameter file, guys. Now let's try to write a parameter file from here. How to get that one? So how to get this? So here if you click on this edit parameter, you will get to know about the parameters. You see this? I got the parameter file. This is my parameter file. Okay. Now if I want to change it, I can change. So that's why if you see here, sorry, if you see on GitHub, where's my GitHub? Okay, here. If you had seen here, there is always a 2 files. One is your template file, another one is your parameter file. So this is how they are keeping the parameter file. Okay. So parameter file, I can generate it. So how to generate? This is how I can generate it. I can copy this. Let's copy this one. Come down, right? press Control N, Control V, and now let's suppose this one I want to change it to East US. Some change I want to do it, right? So I can do that one. Suppose this is my, for an example, test VNet 1. Okay, so VNet, let's suppose here 10.10. This is the range 10.10, 10.10, and I want suppose test subnet. Let's change the name of it. Okay, clear? Test subnet 2. Name of it is test subnet 2. This is done. Let's save this. Save it as a JSON, as a param file. JSON VNet param file. Okay, parameter file. Save this one. Done. Now, if you see here, like I can save it, I can go ahead and I can make changes into it. It's up to us, and then I can review and create it directly from here. It's up to us. Okay, we can do that one. Now, for an example, if I don't want to do it from the Azure portal, I want to do it from PowerShell. So what I can do, I can go to my PowerShell here, and now I can install it. There is a way of installing it. Now I'll give you how to run a so how to deploy a ARM template using PowerShell. So just search how to deploy ARM template using PowerShell. So there is a command, a specific command which we are supposed to use. Create and deploy a template. So deploy resources with ARM template using a PowerShell. This is the one is there. So you need to do this part, like deploy local template. You see this, how we can deploy. So this is how we are supposed to deploy that one. This is the command is there. New AZ resource group deployment, name of the deployment, give your resource group name and your template file and your parameter file. Cool. This is the command is there. Now let's go and type that command. So I'm just going to copy this one, copy this command, come down on my PowerShell here, paste it, come on. So now let's change the name of it. That's okay. Now what is the name where I want to deploy this? I want to deploy it into my Azure subscriptions. So let's go to resource group where I want to deploy. Suppose this is the resource group where I want to create everything, correct? So let's change that value. Go here, put the resource group name. Now what is the template file? Where is my template file? So my template file is sitting here. Okay. Where I saved? I saved it somewhere, right? Where it gone? It gone into some other place. Okay. Strange. Did I not saved it, or did I saved it somewhere else? Saved it, right? Oh, not here. Where that gone? Okay. Yeah. You can save again new note. Yeah, I know that. But here, where is this location? It got removed. Okay. No worries. Let's quickly save it again. Okay. So let's again repeat our whole thing. let's go back and take this one. Okay, now let's save this file. If okay, let's save it here. Okay, done. Now this is done. Now let's get our param file as well. So how to get the param file? Let's get that one or generate it using a custom deployment. Where's that? Deploy a custom template. You don't need to write it, right? So I don't want to write it again. So I just want to use some tools. So here, save this and then get this parameter file. Okay, and now let's go and save this file. Fine. Let's make some changes into it. Here, test VNet. Here, one. Sorry, one, and let it be all things are same. Okay, and locations I will give it as a East US. Done. Let's save this file. Okay, so VNet dash param. You can give any name, it's up to you. I'm just giving this name. Done. Now from the PowerShell, if I want to run it, so we need to provide this path. So where exactly this is located, we need to tell that one. So this is my place where it is located. Let's copy it, provide that path. Okay, and what is the file name? I will provide that file name here. What is the file name? So first one is template file. So template file is this one. So my template file is this one, right? Similar way, what is the next I need to do? I just need to provide my parameter file. So let's provide the parameter file. So parameter file, you need to tab like this, template, parameter, template, I think parameters. You can type it here and check. New AZ resource. Come on. Then give the name, and here you can check template parameter file. Okay, parameter file. Okay, then give the path. What is the path? Copy, paste it here. One is template file, another one is parameter file. So one is template, vnet dash template.json. This is the file is there, and then we are good. Okay, now let's run this. So we are already logged in. Let's check one more time. Let's check whether we are already connected to Azure account or not. Get AZ context. If not, then we need to log in again. So I am already there. Just let's run this. It does not exist. Cannot find the path. It cannot find the path. Okay, to change the subscriptions. Why I need to change the subscriptions? Cannot. Okay, now it should be okay. Okay. Why it was giving us an error? Because you see here there is a space here. So it was not finding it continuous, right? So this space is there. So when I put it into single quote, then it understands that okay, this is a complete file like this, like path is there, complete path is this, complete URI is this. So now it will go and deploy virtual network for us. So here we go. Let's go and see in our Azure portal. Let's get inside our resource group and see that. You see here, you see this, there is a test VNet 1, it got created. And now if I see the subnet, I see there is 2 subnets. Perfect. Navigate to quick access option to determine where it was saved. Okay. Okay guys, now you got it. Understood everyone how we can use this ARM template. So that was your third option. Fourth option is you can use Azure CLI. So there is a Azure CLI command is there. You can use that Azure CLI command and you can provision it in the same way. Fifth option is you can save the same template into Azure and you can use that one. So there is an option of saving this template. So you see here, you can save this template. Suppose I created some infrastructure. So what I can do, I can save this template in this way. Just go and save this template in your Azure. Okay. So if you had seen here, I have already saved a couple of the templates. So let's see like this VNet template. So if I click on this, I have already saved it. So this is the one is there. Just click on edit to edit it or click on deploy to deploy that one. So if I click on edit, it will again take me to that same page where I can edit this, what is the template descriptions and all. And then if I want to deploy, then if I click on this deploy option, it will take me to the custom deployment option. No, I didn't remove that. I put a single quote. I put it in this way. I didn't remove any space. I just put it here single quote. If I put it into the single quote, it will understand this complete URI, complete path. Okay. Now you see it got deployed successfully. You see this? Clear? Minimum permission or role required. Contributor. If I want to do anything in Azure, then I need a contributor rights. Otherwise, I can't do anything. Okay. Minimum you need a contributor rights. Now it all depends what contributor you are planning. Let's say I want to allow you to create VM. So suppose you are writing a VM template, I can give you VM contributor. So you can create VM template and you can provision it using that one. Good. So we are done. We're done with this. I given you a walkthrough of quick start template as well, and hopefully you all must have got a fair understanding about how to use a quick start template. One more thing I would like to quickly give you a glance about this one. So if you pay attention here, guys, please pay attention here. So if you see this, like, don't worry. Don't fear from this code. If you are not coming from a development background, that's not a problem at all. Even though if I don't know any sort of coding language, still I can easily read it and I can easily understand it. So if you see this, how you need to read. So you see this, so schema. Okay, this is a standard, right? Content version standard. Parameters. Now don't focus on these parameters, like okay, how this has been written, right? I have already shown you like how you can get that one quickly. So you can write it, no problem. But if you see here, main target should be this one. Main focus area should be this. what resource you are planning to create, that is your main target, main area where you need to go and read it. Okay. What is the type? I told you. Type means you see here it is specific to the virtual network, so that's why it is showing me as a type here. Now what is the API version? That is the API version of the Microsoft.network/virtual network API. You need to mention that one. What its name? I can hard code it, or I can take it as a parameter as an input from the users. It's up to us. If I will hard code that one, it will take that value. Location, properties, what are the different arguments are there which can be passed, right? Again, this resource is done, then again there is another resource, the sub resource. We can define it. What is the type of the resource? Okay, subnet. What is the type of the resource? Subnet. Okay. So like this, I can create subnet, subnet, subnet. I can keep on creating it. But let's suppose, for an example, if I need to create 100 of the subnets in one VNet, then this method, which it is showing here, is not that good, right? Because I can keep on writing this again and again. What I can do, I can use some inbuilt functions. So what is that? So here, if you go, did I given this Azure Quick Start template, guys? Let me give you that again. This URL, I think I've given, right? If I have not given, please take this URL. So this is your quick start template is there. Now, as I told you, like if I need to deploy 100 of subnets or anything repetitive, right? If I want to do that, how I can do that? So go on Google, search for, let's say, ARM template to create multiple resource. Just search in this way, multiple resource. So resources, okay. If I want to create multiple resources, how I can use? So there is a copy and count command is there. So we can use, let's say, multiple instance of the resources if we want to provision, how we can do that. So for an example, if I want to create 100 of the storage, so what I can do, I can use this syntax. So example is this one. If you see this, how it has been used here. So I can mention what is the count, how many VM suppose, or how many storage account I want to create. I can define that one. I can mention this copy index command and concat. These are all the functions are there. Okay, I can call it and then I can use it. So if I will do it in this way, it will start that counting from 0 and it will create like this. Okay, until unless I'm mentioning my copy index here. Yeah, until unless I'm mentioning my value here, it will start from 0. If I'll mention 1, then it will take from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. It will keep on taking it. And name it is taking in this way. You see here. Okay. Is that clear, guys? So we can use something like this. But in this scenario, if we know that, okay, we are going to create 100 of the VMs and then name of the VM, all names should be like this, then only we can use some formula in this way. Otherwise, it will be difficult, little bit difficult. Because if you will say like, okay, this name should be different, this name should be different, this name should be totally different, then you have to look like how you can. There should be something common, right? Then only you can use this types of the method. Okay, so this is your count and copy. Another thing is you need to know how to deploy a modularized template. Modularized template means this one. You see here, within the template, nested template. Within the template, if I want to call one more template, how I can do it. So if you see this, this is the one is there. This is the example is there how you can create it through the nested template. I'm defining it as a resource, and then I'm telling that, okay, go ahead and deploy this one more schema. You see this? Take this template. In order to deploy it, you need to use this specific resource, specific type of the resource. If I want to use nested template, means template inside one more template. Okay. So this is your nested template example. Yeah, names always different, so still there will be something common, right? some portions should be common, then only you can do some appendment, or if always the names are different, then you can't use those count and copy methods. Then you have to go and run it again and again. Okay, great guys. So that's all I have for you in this entire module. Okay, so there is a lab. So lab scenario is there where you are supposed to deploy this template. You are supposed to create a disk, export that JSON template, and then edit that template and recreate a disk. So this is the lab is there. There is a couple of more labs using the PowerShell. If you get the time, you can do that. I have already shown you how you can do all this sort of things. Okay. Cool. So this is all I have for you. Now over to you all guys. Please go ahead and kindly do this lab so I can tell you which lab you are supposed to do. Please follow that one and try to do it. Now let me go and delete my resource group. I will delete this resource group. Are you all good to do the lab? Okay. So you are all confident on yourself, right? So there should not be any problem then. You all should be able to do everything, whatever problem or lab is there. So I have done some of the cleanup. Now, what is the lab you have to do, or from where you need to start? So you need to take that lab, but let me see before I give you that lab. 3, 4, fourth module. What is the fourth module? Fourth and fifth, can I cover it tomorrow? Okay, virtual network, it's also a big topic. Virtual network, okay. Fourth and fifth, I can cover it tomorrow itself. Sixth, just give me 1 minute, guys. Sixth one is about network management, okay. Seventh, yes, storage. Okay. Two. So every day we are supposed to finish one module at least, right? So then we should be good. We will take 1 modules per day, and then it should be okay. So we have 3, 6, 7 lectures more. Okay. So 7 lectures more. I think we are on pace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 is additional. So tomorrow itself I will be able to cover 4 and 5. Then I think it should be good. Perfect. Okay, we are on track then. No problem. So we completed this 3 modules. Now we should able to start with the module number 4, where we are going to discuss about the virtual networking. I will be discussing it tomorrow, guys. So right now it's all over to you. Please go ahead and do the lab. Now which lab you are supposed to do? So take this one. Okay. Here we go. I think I've already given you AZ104 GitHub Labs. Okay. Okay. Here you have the instructions. So out of this, you should able to do this one, lab number 3. Okay. Here you have Azure portal, lab number 3A, B, C, and D. So lab number 3A, B, C, D, you should able to do. I'm just giving you this URL, guys. Please go ahead and start doing it from lab number 3A, B, C, and D. Where to edit? That's a very good question. Now you can use Visual Studio Code. So this is the editor I use. Okay, so it all depend upon you. You can use Atom, you can use Notepad++, you can use Visual Studio, you can use whatever editor you are comfortable, right? You can take that one. I find myself comfortable on this VS Code. Okay, so I use this VS Code to edit my ARM template or any coding, whatever coding I want to do it. I used to do it on this Visual Studio Code. Okay, but there are n number of the tools are there like Eclipse. You have Visual Studio, you have Atom, you have many more tools. You can use that one. So there is no restrictions. It all depends upon which one you find it easy or comfortable. So I use something in this way. So you see this, right? So like this, I used to write that code. Okay. Support forum link. I think they created assessment. You see, they must have created one community. You can go and find that one. Can anyone let me know what is the URL of it? I forgot that. What is the URL where they created that one? Anyone know? For every classes they used to create it. They create Simply Learn used to create that one. So there is a blog for every trainer they used to create. For me also they must have created. Here you can find somewhere technology certifications message. How I can get to know about it. Where I can get to know about my class. I need to check with Aishwarya. General discussion, Simply Learn support. I'll ping you this URL, guys. Please have a look. You'll get an idea from here. Okay. So technology specific, you'll find like certifications program. So many messages are there. Some general discussion is there. Who is mentioning this? They're not giving ISC exam. Okay. Okay. Microsoft and OS and database. I might be in this cloud computing. Sorry. Let me go back. Is it okay? Let me search. AZ104. So here you can go and post your query, guys. Okay. So I'm just searching. Let's say AZ104. How can I submit the project? I will search what is my link, what link they have created for me, and then I can share that with you. And if they have not created, I can ask them to create that one. I don't see that. Okay, might be they have not created yet, guys. So I will go and I'll ask them to create it, okay? So that you all can comment or you all can find that information there. Cool, no problem. I will take that one. So this one I have already given. Please go ahead. No one respond. Yeah, Lahar, I will check that one. If they are not responding or responding, that I don't know, but I will check. If you need any kind of help, definitely I'll try my best to help you out. Okay. So I can't assure you much about that one, like how their platform is working, because they might be receiving lots of the questions, right? So that could be a problem. But I will try my best to give you answer. Hi Raja, like no worries. If you have anything, you can move on. That's fine. So I'm done from my end, guys. If you all, you just need to go ahead and do the lab. So please go ahead and do it. Amar, I don't know about that one of creating a WhatsApp group and how you can create it and all, because I can't tell you anything about that, because that might be going against the compliance of Simplilearn. So I will not be encouraging you something in that way. Okay. So guys, if you're having any questions, please put it. I can unmute you. You can speak as well. Meanwhile, if you're facing any challenge in terms of your lab, please share that with me. That also will do. We can work together on that. Hi, Chanda. So you're saying like the name of the Azure subscriptions where you created the resource group this. Okay. The name of the Azure regions where you created this. Never it is on none. Okay. Got it right. Okay. Good then. Thank you. If you don't understand anything, please raise it, guys. Okay. Don't worry. There might be something here and there. We will try to fix it out. Okay. Not able to create, not able to log in. AZ. AZ cell. Just I have shown you like, right, how you can log in. Please use another location, then you should able to. You see my screen, right? I managed to log into that one. Please, when you are launching it, just go to the advanced setting and then um, change storage and location. Provide the storage name and the locations and everything, then you should able to. For creating the disk, I don't think there should be any limitations. But if you want, you go and check here. Go and get inside this Azure. And if you see there is some policies, you can go and read that policies from here. Like, okay, what sort of the policies has been placed? So there is some custom lab policy is this one. You see here, right? So you can go and see that one, like, okay, what exactly the restrictions has been placed. So you can see it. I'm not saying that you remove it. I'm just saying how this things has been in place, right? So you can read it from here. Cannot connect to, what's that? Cannot connect to. Cannot connect AZ account. While creating the disk, it's asking for source blob. Creating the disk, it is asking for the source blob. Not able to create a disk in the simply learn. I'm not able to log in AZ cells. Cannot connect. What is your question, Ria? Hi, Ria. Cell can open but cannot connect AZ account. Do you want me to unmute? Let me unmute you. Where are you? Ria. Ah. Hi, Ria.
Hi.
Hi, Riaz.
Can
Sorry,
you hear
Riaz,
me?
not Ria. Sorry, Riaz.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I can open the shell, but I'm not able to log in the Azure account through PowerShell.
Through power. So from where you are opening? Is it you are opening the Cloud Shell? Because you can see my screen,
Yeah,
right?
PowerShell, yes, yeah.
And so I also have opened it. If you have launched it from the Cloud Shell, I shown already like how
Yeah,
you need.
I can get all the module and all the things, but not able to.
No, you don't need to log in. It's already connected. If you are opening a Cloud Shell, it is
Yeah.
having an automatic login. You don't need to log in anything.
Okay.
Okay, so it don't require any kind of login. It's a Azure portal CLI. So you have to just use that one. That's all.
Okay.
Automatically, it is logged in with all your access and everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, Vicky, while creating the disk, it is asking for a source blob. That's a good question. So what exactly it is doing is, like if I'm going here and trying to create a disk, correct? So here, if I go and try to create a disk, there is two type of the disk. So while creating the disk here, it will ask you for the source blob, right? So there's no problem. You just define this source blob and everything, right? If you are creating a managed disk, then it will not ask you. But if you are creating unmanaged disk, then it will ask you. Okay. How you are creating? This is how you're creating, right? Just go and search for the disk and then try to create it. Vicky, did you follow and got it? Can I have the lab URL? Raja. That's a super question. So Raja is asking now, what is the lab URL? Lab URL is this one. You need to go and perform lab number, module number 3A, B, C, D. So this 4 labs you are supposed to do. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this one, this one, this one, this one. My office laptop was not supporting. Okay, office laptop was not supporting. Okay, so is there anything I can help you, or did you try opening Simply Learn Labs? Is that also not accessible on your office laptop, Raja? Not supporting that URL. GitHub URL is not supporting. Bit strange, huh? You can ask your network guys to open that GitHub URL for you. At least when searching a deploy custom template, not getting anything on Azure portal. Why you are not getting? Deploy a custom template. I can see that. Divyanshu? Hi Divyanshu. I can see I'm getting this option. This is the one is there. Okay. So for those who are facing any issues, like if you have some proxy servers are there, and if you are using your office laptop, you can raise a request in your Zscaler. Zscaler, if you have Zscaler, you can go to that Zscaler and you can raise a request that, okay, this URL should not be blocked. You can mention your comment so that your network team can open that URL for you in future. And no invalid template deployment. The template has failed because of policy violations. Okay. So what is the policy is there? Read that policy, right? Simply Learn Labs does not invalid template deployment. Create this one. Okay, not allowing to resize. Is this like Simply Learn is not allowing you to create a disk? Okay, let me try. Let me check also. Okay, add resource. Let me see if I can. If I can get to know about storage. Let me search that one. Manage disk. ARM template. Deploying disk with ARM template. Okay. Disk, unmanaged disk. Okay. Manage disk. Okay. So compute virtual machines, location, storage account name. Sorry. Type is this one from here till up to here. think it should be better now. Okay. So this one is there. Let's save it. Let's take this template. Let's go to this ARM template validator. Use that JSON formatter to get an idea. You can create a disk, right? Just go ahead and create that one and then export it. What is the challenge? I am not getting it. Like, okay, let's go and follow the instructions. So what is there in the instruction? So this is your lab. Just go and do it from the Azure portal. This one, right? So if you are doing it from this one, what is it? So first it is asking you to create all these resource groups, and then it is asking you to create a disk, right? So just add one disk here. So let's add one disk, and here it's asking you to create a standard SSD 32-bit. Okay, that is the one is there. Move resource from one resource to another resource group. That's all okay. You can move that one. Okay, so this is the one is there. So it's asking us to create a disk. So now what sort of the disk it is? It is just creating a disk into it. So just create that one. So how to create a disk? Just create that disk. So in the next exercise, you have this one. Okay. Now where you have the manage disk, Microsoft.manage disk, and then you have this template. So like this, you have this template. Okay, so if I want to use it into this, so how to use that? Just go and create that disk, add that one. So let's say, for example, I'm going to create a managed disk first, right? So let's create demo lab RG. So here, the disk name, such demo disk, EastUS, source type, I will keep it as a none. Change the size, I will put, this is what it is asking you to do. 32, done. Review and create. Now what is the problem? I created this disk, done. So this part is done. Now what is the next? The next part is I need to go and deploy or create an ARM template. So how to create an ARM template? I already told you. You can get the ARM template from here. Just go to that resource group. I told you how you can export that one. Go to that disk. You will able to see that disk once it got created. You go to that resource. Here you find that option of export template. Here, go and click on that export template. This is the template is there. Done. Take this template. Now it is asking you to create using this template. Now what exactly you need to edit? It is asking you to edit that one. Go and edit that file. Okay, in the template, build your own template, right? And then editor panel, and then it is asking you to change something. Within the editor panel, remove the following lines. You don't need it, just remove that one. Okay, and then custom deployment, edit parameters, and then custom deployment, edit parameters, and done. Review the ARM templates based on the managed disk. That's all. Review and create. So this is what it is asking you to do. Now this is the template. Control A, Control C. Now go to your custom deployment, right? Just search everything. If you are going to do it into the EastUS, you will not have any problem, guys. Okay, build your own template. Now here, Control A, remove it, Control V, paste. Now this is your standard disk is there. If any parameter is there specific to this one, you can go and remove it. Now I don't see any specific parameter about the resource ID, source URI and all. Okay, if it is there, we can go and remove that one. Is there anything? No, right? I don't see anything is there. Standard LRS 33, 36, that should be okay. So everything is okay. So we can go and create that one. Save it. Done. Now what is the disk? Let's give any other name. Demo disk 1. Review and create. Done. Okay, done. So this is how we can create it from the template. I have already shown you like how you can export that and then how you can use this custom template or deployment option. Is this clear, guys? Again, I'm telling Amitabh, you need to deploy everything into East US. There is a location specific issues is there. That is why you guys are facing that problem. Hope you all must have read the instructions when you launch that lab. There is a restriction of location. The policy has been placed that you can't able to deploy it into some other locations, right? So it's already mentioned here. If you go back, go to the practice lab, on the first page itself, it's mentioned which locations you can use. So if you are using any locations out of this, you will not able to do that one. And that is why you guys are facing that issues. Please use either of these locations to deploy your resources, resource groups, everything. You have to deploy it into these locations only. Am I clear? Amitabh? I got the reason for the issue. It's due to disk type. What type of the disk you are selecting? You want to share your screen? Should I unmute you? Let's try to understand what's your concern. Amitabh, where he is. I'm just searching your name, huh? Just hold on. I can't see your name. Huh? Amitabh Ghosh. Where are you, Amitabh? I don't see your name. I don't see your name to unmute you. Sai Chand, that's a very good question. How to edit the disk parameters? Okay. Disk type should be standard, not provisional. What happened, Vicky? Amitabh, I don't see. Okay, now I got it. Sorry. Hey, hi, Amitabh.
Yeah, hi Ravi. Am I audible?
Yes. Sorry, I was searching your name and I was not finding it. Okay.
No problem. Actually,
Okay.
actually, when I was trying to create the disk, the type was actually premium HD. So then I just change the type to standard HD. Now it's working. So I'm able to create the disk. So now I'm good.
Okay. So you mean to say like there might be some other policies which is stopping you to provision a standard SSD, right?
Yeah, yeah. Because the location was by default selected as East US. So I haven't changed that. So it was due to the disk type.
Okay, perfect. Then super. You managed to figure it out, right? Then it's
Yes.
awesome. Some more questions are coming about. What's the questions? How to change location for HDD? Raja, Vicky, disk type should be standard, not pro. Okay. Vicky got the answer. How to edit disk parameters? Saichand, Raja. Hold on, let's go one by one. Let's go to Saichand first. Let me search Sai. Sai, where are you? Where are you, Sai? Sai. Sai. Sai, I don't see your name. Where are you? A Sai Chand. Okay, what's your name is coming? A Sai Chand. Okay, sorry. Hi, Sai. Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah, Ravi.
Yes.
Yeah, actually I created with the 4GIB, that is configuration, but whatever the in the lab they are asking for the 32. So I just
See,
want to change
see,
the,
I'll tell you one thing. You don't need to follow that lab instructions to do that lab. Okay, you have seen like what I have done. Did I follow any instructions? No. End of the day, we just need to know what is our goal, what is our motto. We want to create some disk, correct? Our
Yeah.
motto is to create a disk. So we don't need that, okay, we need to explicitly follow these instructions. No. End of the day, it wants that you should
Yeah.
able to create a disk and you should able to export that template and you should able to edit that template. That's all. That's the motto.
Okay. No, I was just, I can put the same settings, but in case if I want to change the settings,
Hmm.
so there is any option or what, like, why? Because I couldn't see, there are only
Editor?
options. So I mean to say, if you want to change this configuration.
So you can, right? You go and change it. Editor.
Edit.
Use editor, Notepad++, anything. You can edit it, right? You can edit that one. I have shown you how to edit it. You can use that custom deployment editor also. There also you can go and change it. Okay, good. Try that one, Sai. If it's not working, let me know. Okay. Raja. Okay, let's search Raja. Raja. There is a couple of 2, 3 Raja is there. Raja Devnath. Okay. Hi, Raja. Can you hear me?
Hey Ravi, yeah, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, man. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. So my question was that if I create a disk, it's a normal or that not the premium disk. If I want to change the location, is it possible or do I need to delete it and recreate?
You can change it. I think I have already shown you. You can migrate it to
I
another location.
did it, but I want to change it the location, but there is no edit option to change the locations. I want to change it to US Central to US East.
Is it not allowing you to change it?
No, that is there any options I cannot do?
Let me see here. Yeah, you
To
can
the
see my screen.
properties.
No. Don't go to the properties and all, right? If you go to that resource group, let's go to our resource group.
Mm-hmm.
This one. Let me see whether they have enabled it on this or not. I think I've already shown you, right? Okay. So if you go to the resource group, you will find move option. Move.
Oh, okay.
You remember? I
Yeah,
showed
yeah.
you how you can move one resource to another resource group, correct?
Yeah, at that time I was also checking on my production environment. I didn't get it. Okay, maybe possibly I do not have access. So I'm in lab now. So I'm just checking where the move option is.
Just hold on. Let me show you. You're there on my screen, right?
Yes, I am.
I don't know why this Azure portal is not working here. Let me check on the another one, okay? So if you're there on my screen here, let me see here. If I have any service, let me check. So you see this, right? So here you have this move option. You see this? So select that resource and then you find this move options.
Okay, got it. Let me check. Okay.
So move to another region. So first
Okay,
select
through the research group, yeah.
Yes, through the resource group, select that specific resource which you want to migrate. So then go to move another region. Click on that options, and then it will give you all the options here, like where I want to move.
Oh yeah, I now I got it. Yeah, that is good.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Welcome. No problem. Done. Thanks, Raja.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
you're saying anything else?
No. Let me move it to that another region. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Yep.
Welcome. Okay. Anyone else having any other things? Deployment template validations failed. J token type is not valid. Expected integer actual object is this one. Invalid template. Okay. Very good. So for that one, Chanda, I told, you want me to unmute again? Chanda, let me search your name, please. Sorry. Chanda, yeah. Hi, Chanda.
Hi, Ravi.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So for
I'm
that
audible.
one, yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I think I told you I given you this one, JSON formatter.
Okay.
Okay. You need to go on this JSON formatter, paste your script here. Whatever your code is there on the left hand side, paste that one. And then click on validate. If you click on validate, I shown you like how you can have the errors, right? It will tell you on which line there is an error. Did you got it?
Okay.
Yeah, you remember or
Yeah,
not?
yeah, I remember.
So if you remember, then just follow that. Suppose this template file is there, and again I'm repeating it. Suppose this one, Control A, Control C. Go to this JSON formatter. Control V on the left hand side. No, sorry, Control V on the left hand side. Now if you see here, if I remove this comma, suppose,
Okay.
and now if I click on this valid, you see here, I'm getting this error. Where is the error? It is telling me at line number 86 there is something is missing. So it is expecting like this.
Okay.
You got it? So you need to validate your JSON first. So go and paste it and check. It will tell you where is the error. Go and fix that one. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Welcome. Superb, guys. So anyone having any other questions like rehosting? What is that, Barry? Like rehosting. What was your question? Sorry, I didn't saw that. I just read that like rehosting. Not able to change the size and performance. Select the disk type and size premium SSD in the Simplilearn lab. Okay. Some limitations has been in place, guys, so that you will not able to provision unwanted resources. Okay. It was related to the questions asked before about this movement. Okay. So did you got the answer, Barry? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, guys. So anyone having any other sort of questions before we call it for a day? Or if you guys are okay, you can continue and carry on with your lab. And if you're finding anything not getting it, just note it down. And when we connect tomorrow, then you can ask your question or you can put your queries. Hope that will do. Not able to delete the log I created. So Isaac, I told you what you need to do. You need to minimize, scroll down your Windows, press Control minus, it will show you. Then if you go to the lock option, it will show you that delete option. Sometime it go out of the monitor screen. That's why it's not visible. Please reduce that size. Then you will be able to find that delete option and then you can delete it. Perfect. Superb, guys. Good. So I think, are we all good to call it for a day? I'm here for another 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, sorry. And if you're having any questions, you can put in. We can discuss. If no questions, then you guys can carry on and try to do the lab. And kindly ensure that once you're done with any of the lab, please go ahead and delete, so destroy all the resources. Delete the resource group. So no one having any sort of questions? All are clear? Practice more and more, guys. You will get hands-on on it. Don't worry if you are not following, not understanding anything. Don't worry about it. Still, we have a lot of time, and I have full confidence on all of you that you can do it. Okay, so it's not anything rocket science is there. It is just you need to know yourself, like, okay, where to go and find what sort of information. That's all. So in the Azure portal, where you need to click so that it can perform that job for you. That much you need to know. And once you have this 40 sessions, at least you will be having a thorough knowledge of Microsoft Azure portal. Where to go, what to find, how to find. If I click on it, what happened, and about your complete Azure CLI, Azure PowerShell, ARM template, and all everything. Okay. No dumps. You don't need any dumps, Isaac. So if you are going to follow me, okay, you don't need any kind of the dumps. You can easily, or you can close your eyes and you can write the exam. Just follow me, listen, and try to read. Okay, try to read the Microsoft documentations which I'm sharing with you. Please read that one. That is way more than enough for you to crack this exam. And in this exam, there is no lab. Okay, so you don't need to do all this lab configurations. Nothing is there. Where to use deploy a custom template in Azure portal? Where to see deploy a custom template in Azure portal? Yes, that's a very good question. Search. There is a search box is there. Hi Chimne, there is a search box in the Azure portal. Just go and search there. Search with the name deploy a custom template. You will get to know. You will get that one. And I've shown you how to search. One question was there. I forgot to answer it. Like why AWS Azure is having a JSON, right? Why they are using this JSON? Okay. Now, why they are using this JSON? It's a little bit tough to say. Okay. First thing, it is easy for a human to read. It's more readable, more in a readable format. If you ask me to read this one, I can easily able to read it. And why AWS and Azure had selected JSON, that part I'm pretty much not clear, like why they have done it, but I'm sure like they must have selected and thought about the it should be readable, right? Human readable. It should be human readable. It should be easy to understand. It should be easy to write. That's why they gone ahead and selected this JavaScript object notation. And the API they have already exposed or developed. It's easy to use that in terms of the JSON. So that's the thing is there. And there are many other tools are there using that you can deploy all sort of the resources like Terraform, Pulumi, right? There are like your PowerShell, your Azure CLI, correct? Some SDKs are there. So they are using a different APIs. They are all using the same APIs, but different method of deploying it and different approach of writing it and all. Recording of the class sessions, possibly it will be available in your profile. Okay, if you go and see, your faculty dot here, like, right? So you see already there is a self-learning is there, and this one you see this, everyone. So here you will find your recordings. Okay. Super. Okay, guys. See you all then. Take care of yourself. Meet you all tomorrow then. Thank you, Leher. See you guys. Bye.